This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Time to have some fun, boys and girls. Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. On a Wednesday, it is hump day. Yes, today we come in a little earlier than normal. We normally start at 10 a.m., but on Wednesdays, because Inside the Paint is 9 to 10 a.m., we've got to come in a little earlier. And we could start it at 9 a.m. with the guys, but I kind of feel a responsibility to starting it off myself and get things going and warm up the seat and get everybody in a groove and get ready for the rest of the show, which, of course, Alan Poupar will be joining us, working on some other things, too, on the show. So we'll have some fun. We got a lot of things to talk about. A little playoff baseball yesterday. Stephon Gilmore is going to be released from the New England Patriots. That's weird. We don't get any more Stephon on Saturday Night Live, and now there are no more Stephons over in New England now. It's kind of interesting, huh? Belichick, they need the money. They're like 50,000 under the cap or something like that, so they need the flexibility. You see the Jalen Smith release yesterday by the Cowboys because he had a guaranteed salary if he's on the roster due to injury next year. So if he got injured this year and it rolls over into next year, it's guaranteed. So they were like worried about being on the hook with all of that. And obviously they're still worried about that leg of his. And somebody's going to pick him up because he's got he made a boatload of tackles last year. Now he was losing playing time and all that. And again, listen, I think you have to be, what's it called? You have to admire Jalen Smith because just by coming back from that nerve and leg injury was an amazing feat. And then to get to the point where he got a big contract. And so now, obviously, he's got to, deal with this. But somebody's going to pick him up. Somebody's going to, he'll clear waivers today at 4:00. And then Stephon Gilmore, obviously, somebody is, Tampa probably needs some corners right now, so there's going to be some teams that are going to need some corners, some contenders that are going to need some corners, maybe the Rams want to make a run at him, because I would imagine that if the Bucs want to make it and then the Rams want to make it and, whatever. So anybody that's trying to challenge for a title may want to sign Stephon Gilmore too. So it all depends where he wants to go. Now, he's gotten some money already up front, but he wanted a big contract. That might be the key there, that if Tampa can't give him a big contract because they're tied to so many things, there might be another contender out there that has some cap space and says, all right, we're going to give you a multi-year deal just to lock him away from Tampa and have him at least, it was where he's at in his career. It's very dangerous to give him a long-term contract. And I think that New England didn't want to deal with the whole mess of him coming back after week 6 and he's eligible and then he joins the team and he's bitter about not getting a new deal. And you know how New England is. They're not great about paying people. They pay very few people as it is. And Stephon Gilmore knows that because he's been around and he understands. So now he's out in the street. And I would imagine that, every Dolphin fan wants to pick up Jalen Smith and wants to pick up, it's Stephon Gilmore too at the same time. But anyway, so we'll keep tabs on that situation, and we will have some fun with that. Sports Grill this Sunday. Remember, please come join us for the Bucs and the Dolphins. We will start our pregame show at 11 a.m. Remember, the following week, the London game, we're going to start at 7:30 in the morning with breakfast at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes. So I encourage you to come on out. Tua will be back for that game. We'll have breakfast. We'll watch the Dolphins. We'll cheer them on. Hopefully they will beat the stinking Jags and, of course, Urban Meyer or Urban Liar, as I like to call him, and his lion ways. I mean, that you got that. You better win that game. you better win that game, Miami Dolphins. Okay, I mean, it sucks. I'm preparing myself for a loss this weekend because it's the Bucs. They're the better team. They're the champions. I don't see the Dolphins anywhere near that, territory. So they're going to have to play the game of their lives to win on Sunday. But the following week, you better start turning things around in a big time way. In fact, I think you got to start turning, if you're the Dolphins, you got to start turning things around this week. And while you might lose to the Bucs, make it respectable. Make people walk away that, hey, man, a couple things here or there, they might have been in this game and could have won it. That kind of stuff. Don't go there and then, get your ass kicked by 40 points and don't show up and just get absolutely throttled. That won't make us feel any better. But if there's an effort out there that makes it a winning type effort, even though you may not end up winning, but you know what I mean? It's one of those games that at the end of the day, you say, hey, man, they played well. They're not better than the Bucs, but they hung in there, and a couple breaks, they might have, surprised them. That's the kind of feeling you want out of that game. You want to see some really good football. You want to see some drives put together. You want to see maybe some courage at the beginning of the game where you're taking some chances, you're throwing the ball downfield, you're the same things you do with Devontae Parker at the end of the game. Well, maybe you might want to do them at the beginning of the game. You know what I'm saying? And with Will Fuller out, and you bring on Preston Williams, and you know what? Let's play alley-oop football downfield with two big dudes. Do something. Do something. Play better on the offensive line. Play better on defense. get the hell off the field. I mean, these are the things that I want to see in this game this week. I hate to say I can deal with the loss. I don't want to deal with a lot of losses, but I've dealt with enough losses already just in the first 4 weeks. But okay, I get it. You're supposed to lose this game, but man, make it respectable is what I need you to do in this game at least. Please make it respectable. Remember, there are many ways to chime in on the program. The text line, which I got to get, there's a bunch of texts there I got to answer, and I will answer. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the text line, of course, the YouTube chat board is there for you all. Remember to smash the hell out of the like button. It is very important that you smash the like button there. Gets the algorithms going. Yahoo email, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Twitter, Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. If you want to make a donation to the show, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show is another way to contribute to the program. I see Steve Chapman is in. Miguel Garcia says, watching this show every day from Kissimmee. Thank you. Appreciate you watching from Kissimmee. God's Solger says, Kissimmee is nice. I really love the area. Let's see. Where are you guys? You up in the sky? Is that what you're doing? You're watching from the sky? How's the internet work from over there? Is that like a Wi-Fi type of thing? All right. Steven Gonzalez says, good morning, my people. Big O, love you, bro. Let's get Jalen Smith, linebacker from Dallas, would be a nice fit. Like I told you, all fans are going to want both guys. Thomas Jensen, good morning, Big O and Finn's fans. Chris Adams is in. Says, yes, we know about Gilmore. The Mad Max, that's what it is. Says, what's up, Big O? Gus 1388. Greg Sporting Wood says, in all honesty, if they play well against Tampa, it might be more disheartening. Then we will question why they didn't do this the past 3 weeks. Well, Greg, look, man, there's no way of approaching this in a way that's going to satisfy anybody, Greg. Not you, not me, not anybody. But if they play well, yeah, of course, you can question and wonder why. I mean, you saw the screw-ups the last few weeks. So that they could have played a lot better. They could have stayed away from a whole bunch of stupid-ass mistakes. We all know that. But you have 13 games left. You do the math. You have 1 win already, and you have 13 games left. So you got to do a lot of winning in the next 13 games. Last year, you went 10-4 in your final 14 games. So you're going to have to find a way to turn this season around, and it starts with a respectable outing. It starts with a professional outing this week against Tampa, where at least you're not beating yourself and you're not turning over the ball, and you're trying to block better, and you're trying to get, play better defense and get off the field on key downs, and you're trying to generate some offense. And so the bottom line is, Greg, while we're not going to be satisfied about a 1-3 start, I'm sure, Flo's not satisfied with it. I'm sure Chris Greer is not satisfied with it. I'm sure none of those players are satisfied with 1-3, but you have to start somewhere. So you can't keep living off the frustrations of the past. You have to start to try to build for the future. So if you do get a performance this week that's respectable, you have to feel like, okay, maybe now some progress can be made. And then if you can then top off a good performance this week with a win against the Jags, then you start to head in the right direction. And then you can start to build some momentum. Look, man, first year, you were trying to figure everything out. You lost the first 7 games. And then you kind of figured things out and you went 5-4. Last year, you went 0-2. And then you kind of figured things out and got on track. Okay, so this year you lost 3 in a row now. You got to figure out a way to, fix the issues. That's it. but there's plenty of games left. And I could say, you lost 2 in a row last year, and then you started to get on track. Well, this year you got 17 games. So you got a freebie game, you lost 3 in a row. Well, now's when you got to turn things around. It's not see, the positive about all of this is it's not the end of the season. I understand that some of you have given up on Chris Carrera, have given up on Flo, have given up on all the draft picks, have given up on Tua, you've given up on the season. I get that. There's some of you out there because of the past, you've given up on everything. So I can't walk you off the ledge. I can't. But I'm not going to sit here and scream, holy hell, when there's 13 games left and there's actually a legitimate chance for them to turn things around and play better, because they are better than what they've played. Now, the question is, and this is where this is where my doubts are. This is where they lie. The coaching staff. Are you good enough? Because right now I'm at a point where I'm not believing all these players are bad. When this is going on like this, then that means there's something going on with the coaching staff. When you're watching the disaster in Jacksonville, it's not just because of the players. It's because of the people running the organization. When you're watching Detroit go 0-4, it's not just the players. It's the people running the organization. I told you this yesterday. We talked about this yesterday on the show. There's a lot of things that Flo is doing that is wrong. He has made a lot of mistakes. He is making a lot of mistakes. His staff is making a lot of mistakes. So they can go, they can think their game plans are perfect and that the players aren't executing. I don't believe that. I know the players aren't executing, but I also know they're not getting it done. Okay? Because when you continue to put Jakeem Grant out there at wide receiver, you don't know what the hell you're doing. When you're keeping Albert Wilson on a roster, you don't know what the hell you're doing. Bottom line. And if every week your quarterback's going to play scared at the beginning of a game and wait till the end when it's all over to start throwing it downfield, you don't know what the hell you're doing. And when Myles Gaskins is not playing more over Malcolm Brown, you don't know what the hell you're doing. And when you're not using, Mike Gesicki more, and you waited till this week now to throw it to him a bunch, you don't know what the hell you're doing. There's a lot of things going on right now, and I got to blame the coaches. Because if it's one player, that's fine. But when I see it all over the place, oh, dude, I'm sorry. I got to think a better offensive line coach would have reached somebody. I got to think a better offensive coordinator would have gotten more production. These are the things that I got to think of. I got to think a more experienced head coach wouldn't have put rookie offensive coordinator, rookie line, injury-prone quarterback all together thinking that that's a good idea. There are things that are going on that you have to, it's too lazy to just say, oh, it's all the players. They all suck. All the picks suck. No, dude, I'm sorry. No, they don't all suck. You suck. You suck in preparing right now. You suck in not reading your team the right way. The coaches are failing the players more than the players are failing the team. That's what's going on right now. You chose Jacoby Brissett, right, Flo? Because he was in New England with you. Because you know him, you like him, you can win with him. Well, that was your choice, dude. Yeah, I know you're a former scout. We got to be honest with ourselves here. It can't be just, let's just point at every player and say every player that's underachieving, they all suck and they were all bad picks. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit because it's everywhere. X is getting burned. I'm watching X get burned every week, dude. This isn't like 1 week out of the 4. No. Every week he's giving up key plays too. So please don't tell me that, oh, it's all the players and every draft pick is terrible and every free agent pick is terrible. And, you know, if the coach is deciding quickly and you know, this is the coach that changes offensive coordinators every year. This is the coach that's changing offensive line coaches every year. This is the coach that brings in former Patriots and discards them right away, like Van Noy and like Karras. You know, this is what he's doing. So I have to lean right now a lot on the coaches. And if you're going to keep changing offensive line coaches, offensive linemen all over the place, then you don't know what the hell you're doing either. You know, you can't keep moving the kids around, man. You gotta be, your job as a coach is to like see what they are and say, okay, this is what you're going to be. Work at it. Not this is what you're going to be this week, and then next week we're going to move you over, and then we're going to move you over again. Can't do that. Eichenberg will never settle down that way. And you know what, Jesse Davis, while he's a terrific blue-collar backup guy, he's never been able to settle on one position because they use him all over the place. And now Austin Jackson will probably get moved. But then who is now becoming the left tackle for now? I mean, you know, I got to blame the coaches at one point or another. And they're the ones that have to prove to me that they know what the hell they're doing. Right now, in this situation, there are too many mistakes, personnel-wise, X's and O's wise, all that kind of stuff. That before I actually get to the personnel, I need to make sure that the people that are preparing the meal know what the hell they're doing. And right now, I got to say, you know, offensive line coach looks kind of lost to me. OCs, they look kind of lost to me right now. And the Jacoby Brissett signing, wow. Holy crap. I mean, I wasn't a big Jacoby Brissett guy, but now watching him, like, I want no part of him. None. Like, he's worse than I thought he was. I remember some Dolphins, well, you know, at least we got a backup that can keep things afloat, and if anything goes, you know, he'll and I'm like, no, he's not. And now watching him, I can guarantee you ain't gonna win jack shit with that guy. You don't win with people that play scared, and you don't win with people that it takes them forever to make decisions back there. No, you're not gonna win like that. Not in this league, man. So there you go. What else do we have? Alex Diaz is in the house. He wants a Jalen Smith too. Andre Villarreal says, hi, Big O from Portugal. All right, Portugal. Welcome aboard, Portugal. Oh, they are screaming for Gilmore. Yes, they are. Miami Kid J, Big O, the reason I don't put it on the defense is because they live on the field. In every game, they have put the offense in great positions. I think the team has 3 or more outs than any other team. Yes and no. Because when you start games by allowing a 40-yard run, that's not good defense. This past week, okay, you start the second half by allowing Taylor to go for 39 yards. And so the defense, you are right, they're on the field a lot. But the problem that people are giving them the break is they don't make stops in key moments when you need them. That's the problem. So you punt the ball because you don't go for the 55-yarder and you want to work on field position, but then they drive on you. Anyway, defense doesn't come through. And it's not as elementary as it looks. That, oh, well, they're on the field. No, dude. They don't make enough key stops as it is. That's the problem. So when you're a great defense or you're a really good defense, you're going to make key stops when you need them, and they don't. Which, by the way, has been a problem for the Dolphins on defense for a long, long, long time. Defense always seems not to step up in the moments they need to step up. Leon Fresco, Big O, the one thing your show is missing is a gambling segment sponsored by one of these new gambling entities. Next logical place to get some sponsorships into your show. How do you know that's not already done? We're working. It just doesn't happen overnight. Remember, I just started this thing again on June 14th. And it's, it's basically me, Sean, and Bill, and it's not a lot of help. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still trying to find a legitimate salesperson to join us. So now, again, you can reach out to me, but you got to have radio or TV sales experience. If you don't, because that means you don't have connections, then no, can't help us. So, but just in case, because some people have reached out and I appreciate it. But, if you don't have any experience in this business, you don't know where to start. Then you can't open doors. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm failing right now. But yeah, I've got that in the works. I just can't say anything right now. Let's see, what else do we have? Morning, Big O. Tampa might have a letdown after Pat's game. And if we somehow sneak out a victory, big time momentum shift for the team, and Tua returns, we can make a run. That would be nice. It's dreaming, but it would be nice. It would be nice. A team that has not played very well the last couple of weeks, it's hard to imagine them to go to Tampa and beat Tampa. It's just it's kind of hard to imagine. All right, let's bring the boys aboard here from the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show as they get ready for the show at the top of the hour. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good morning, Mr. O. I don't have the direct sales experience, but I've been doing this long enough that I'll see if I could drag up a few leads there. I think I might know a couple of bagel stores along the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really been a mission, because the one thing, radio stations have fired all kinds of talent, right? They have eliminated all kinds of, live programming from their businesses. But the one thing they did not eliminate are all their good salespeople. They kept all their good salespeople.
Well, I would have thought Ira would have the in at all the local hair salons.
Exactly. If you need quality hair buffing, then I think you need to come to Ira's Hair Buffeteria. So I will be working on that.
Buffeteria. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah,
that's great. So, that's great.
I love that. All right. So what do you guys got going on? Heat are back in action on Thursday. Love what I saw the other night.
Yeah,
that was a nice lift for all the crap that's been going on lately in football.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. And so we're going to play a little game. We're going to play. We want to know. There were a lot of overreactions from what we saw. Some of it good, some of it not so good. So we're going to play mark it down or slow it down. We're going to take some of the key takeaways from Monday, some of the things that we saw. Because look, I think there were a few things that a lot of us were hoping to see and that we're hoping will last throughout the season that we saw in game one. And then a few things that I think, maybe we need to pump the brakes on a little bit. So we're going to get Ira's take on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know this. You've seen enough NFL preseason games. How many times have we been raving about a guy in week one? In week two, it's a little more tepid. And in week three, he's part of the Lions. I mean, we see it. Now, you also make mistakes. You see a guy like Chris Hogan, when you remember him from Hard Knocks, and he actually turned into a player and the Dolphins didn't have room. So, it goes both ways. But I really think you need to sort of temper it down through any preseason game. Because let's face it, Clay and Big O, Jimmy Butler didn't play in game one. So if you're talking about chemistry and continuity, and I wrote about this in my Ask Ira at sunsentinel.com this morning, You know what? It's great that everyone's saying Clay and I are going to talk about this, that Kyle Lowry wants to run. But Big O, what if Jimmy Butler doesn't want to run? That changes the equation a little. So I think we have to wait and see how all these pieces fit together. And like Eric Spoelstra said, might not see that during preseason. It's not like it's a football coach holding his best plays aside, but he's going to temper this. They have all the way until October 21st to decide how and who.
Listen, the obvious thing is the legit teams, like we're all hoping the Dolphins can turn things around, of course, because it makes all our lives a lot easier to have some winning. We'd all love to see Manny Diaz, figure it out. None of us are rooting against any of these people. No. But the bottom line is, if you're really honest with yourself, our winter sports are the heart and soul right now of South Florida sports. Our summers, Inter's got all kinds of messes right now because of all the penalties and the fines. That's going to hurt them for the next couple of years. The Marlins don't spend. Our football teams right now haven't figured it out. It's our hockey team and our basketball team, man. That's right now the pinnacle of our sports calendar. And these are the two teams. I mean, hey, man, the Panthers just won again last night. They're 5-0 in the preseason. That looked like a regular season game last night with the intensity.
I watched that last night. Yeah.
Come on.
You know what?
Come on.
That's a heavyweight fight every time those two are.
Derek Jeter said for the first time since he's been a part of the ownership group, they're going to spend money now. I mean, come on now.
Well, listen.
I feel like we've heard that before, though.
Don't go hiring Kim Eng and then, railroad her and not give her a checkbook. You know what I mean? That's when people tell me, oh, what does Kim Eng do? I'm going, wait, when they give Kim Eng a checkbook,
100%.
Then check back with
100%.
And let's measure what Kim Eng does. But don't be telling me anything about Kim Eng until they give that lady a checkbook.
We've seen nothing. We've seen nothing. And look, hopefully this off season they'll do just that. But we're gonna look. You open the checkbook for. Yeah, you open the checkbook for Ira. He's the one people want to hear from on the Heat.
You know what? All I'm saying today is basically our new motto is our winter sports teams come for the wins, stay for the COVID. So we will see.
What? What?
Hey, COVID numbers are going down, bro. Come on.
What?
Come on, Ira. COVID numbers are going down.
The opinions expressed by Ira Winderman do not necessarily reflect.
Next hour is up, baby. Hardcore basketball the way you like it. Heat and NBA talk with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday to you. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there, and we're going to talk about the 2022 NBA champion, Miami Heat. I think that's the one thing we could take away definitively from Monday's preseason win over the Atlanta Hawks. And I know Ira Winderman agrees on that.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're looking at the preseason openers, we're running our power rankings after one game of the 2021 preseason, perhaps. And you know what, Clay? And you know this. There will be games when Eric Spoelstra plays nobody. They have an upcoming back-to-back set. I'm about to leave for Houston, playing Houston Thursday, San Antonio Friday. As much as there was a 125-99 win one night, there will be a 30-point loss another night, and you will not be able to name a single player who is on the court for the Heat. A lot of this is done, and I spoke to Eric Spoelstra about this, and the Heat were candid. They had planned some exhibition games last season. There was only a 2-game preseason. They had to hustle up after the bubble in Orlando, so they owed some teams some games. So they're going to Houston. They're going to San Antonio. They're going to Atlanta. I don't think the choice would have been 6 preseason games, but they have to fill a schedule. So there will be some games that probably will be closer to Summer League than they are to what we'll see during the regular season. But clearly the Heat wanted to make an opening statement in front of their home fans on Monday, and I think they very much did that.
That's really good information, by the way, Ira. I did not know that about having to fulfill some contractual obligations on the preseason stuff. By the way, guys, we like to keep this interactive. Make sure to drop any questions in the comments section here. We'll be glad to get to them along the way. Some things that maybe you saw on Monday night that you'd like to get Ira's opinion about. And make sure to smash the like button for us. That does us a big favor as we go along here. So we're going to start this off. Look, it was a lot of fun. I think, it was kind of a, mentioned this, but after such a down football weekend and soccer weekend, pretty much everything going wrong, it was nice to see what I think we were hoping to see out of the Miami Heat. But I do want to look at this and say, was this a bit overstated? Some of the positives, because there weren't really any negatives to take out of that game. So we're going to play a little game that we're going to call Mark It Down or Slow It Down. And we're going to hit a few topics along the way here. The first topic that I wrote down, Kyle Lowry will unlock all NBA Bam. Mark it down or slow it down?
That's really interesting, Clay, because the game started, and if you remember the Heat's first basket, it was a Bam mid-range jumper about from the elbow, took it in rhythm, made it in rhythm, and you're like, yeah, that's what we want to see from Bam Adebayo. Every one of his remaining baskets was a dunk, which is not a low percentage play, so I'm fine with that also. But I do wonder the Bam, and you and I have been doing this now, for a couple of months. And from the text line there, everyone's clamoring, Bam needs to shoot more outside shots. Bam needs to shoot more threes. And your point there is such a good one for this reason. What if Kyle Lowry can get Bam nothing but layups? What if he can create the most efficient Bam? So I think it's really interesting for Heat fans to take a step backwards and maybe say, maybe you don't need those Bam threes. Maybe you don't need those Bam jumpers. Maybe Bam runs the court, probably ahead of Jimmy Butler, scores in transition, straight line drives, things like that. Maybe he gets set up on a pick and roll, slipping screens, things like that. So I think the Bam that people wanted to see in the offseason to take that next step might be a little different Bam. And it's interesting, and I'd love for you to sort of react to this in the comment section also here on our YouTube feed, and it's this. Are Heat fans going to be disappointed if Bam finds a way to give you 20, 10, and 5 and not make jump shots and not space the floor, but be efficient? So I think Kyle Lowry is a different kind of key for Bam Adebayo, sort of a cheat code that he'll get him the best possible shots. I think, Clay, you would agree, Bam's best possible shot is not a three, is not a mid-range jumper, is dunking the freaking ball when your success rate is about 100% or so. So I think it's interesting. I think Kyle Lowry can make Bam a highly efficient player. I don't know if he'll make Bam necessarily a 5-tool player, but hey, I mean, it's just like we're seeing with the Dolphins. If you have a quarterback, everyone else looks better. If you have a quarterback on the floor at point guard, everyone looks better. So to your point, it was real. It was spectacular. And yes, and that's what having a point guard means.
I love the Seinfeld reference, by the way. Yes, and I'm going to mark it down. And maybe not necessarily making the All-NBA team, because as we saw with those NBA.com GM polls that we're going to talk about coming up a little bit later in the show, positional stuff kind of muddies the water when it comes to All-NBA team. Is Bam a center? Is he a power forward? Where are you going to put him? But I do think what we saw in that game, to your point, was Kyle Lowry is going to be the quarterback that leads his receiver by a full yard and allows him to get the momentum going, to get the yards after catch. Whereas maybe you had point guards in the past, quarterbacks in the past, that would get them the ball, a half a yard ahead to where you catch it and you fall forward for 2 or 3 extra yards. Kyle Lowry's the guy that's going to get you the extra 20 to 25 in yak. And so I think unlocking Bam is not going to be, to your point, finding him for the open mid-range shots, which Bam had no problem getting open mid-range looks. Like teams were giving him those looks. It's where do you get him the ball where he is most comfortable? And Ira, I think the thing that was most telling to me heading into the season and something that kind of made me raise my eyebrow a little bit and what I was looking for was Bam putting on the extra size, Bam putting on the extra weight. That's not necessarily something you do if you're planning on just standing out and hitting mid-range jumpers. Now, obviously, a lot of that is you want to go inside, you want to be able to battle for rebounds, you want to be able to block shots and take the pounding there. But it's also somebody who's planning on being around the rim a bit more. So, yes, I'm marking that one down. If you want to take one thing from that game that I'm willing to take the overreaction on, it's seeing Kyle Lowry up close doing what he was able to do. I'm all in now. And by the way, the NBA GMs in that poll said the same thing about
Clay,
Lowry's impact.
One other point there, and here's sort of like the conundrum. You have a playmaking point guard who play makes first, who reads the floor, who's been in this game for 16 years and knows how to do it. Here's the issue. He's also 35. He's going to miss time. That's logical. There's going to be injuries. I think the positional talent gap at point guard between number 1 and number 2 is as large, arguably larger than any other position on the roster. In other words, from Bam Adebayo to Dwayne Dedmon, from PJ Tucker to Markieff Morris. You go down the road there from Jimmy Butler to Tyler Herro as we move across. So I think it's interesting when you have someone who is maybe almost sublime at what he does, and then no offense, but he's young, and you go to Gabe Vincent, or you go to point guard X who's not there yet. So I think until, again, this you and I every week go on this subject, until Victor Oladipo comes back, that's going to be interesting because I think there's going to be one way to play when Kyle's on the court. Can't overplay him, can't play him more than 36 minutes, probably not even that, closer to 30. So it's funny because your strength of your team is also a concern for the non-Lowry minutes. You and I talk about a lot of times the non-Butler minutes, the non-Bam minutes. How do you sort of survive those? It's going to be very interesting. I really do wonder, will a style of play be the same when Kyle's not on the floor? What I know is I highly doubt the efficiency will be the same when Kyle's not on the floor.
So getting to some of the comments here, Game Over says, I'll be happy if the Heat win. I don't care about Bam's stats other than that. Daniel Grafton disagrees, though, says, I think it'll be dissatisfying because we know that Bam has the ability. Do you force an outdoor cat to live inside, or do you force an indoor cat to be free and have no limitations? Lowry is temporary. Bam is the future. I think what I would say is that do we know that Bam has that consistent ability to hit the mid-range and to hit the three-point shot? Because we haven't seen it. So to me, I agree with your point about forcing an indoor cat outdoors and vice versa. But I think the key point is, what is Bam most comfortable doing? And yeah, maybe down the line, you allow him to kind of grow that offensive game if, like Chris Bosh did later on in his career when he was at the Big Three and at best benefited the Heat. But to Ira's point, if you can get him dunks, and if Kyle Lowry is
dunks are good.
Dunks are good. You're going to. I don't care. I know this new age analytical thing that 3-pointers are better than 2-pointers and all that. I've never bought into any shot is better than the dunk.
Than 100% shot. That you can give me all the percentage you want, and I know what people are saying. You shoot 33% on threes, 50% on twos is fine. But if you shoot 100% on dunks, that's a pretty darn efficient shot. And again, the new analytics is not just threes. It's threes and at the rim, nothing in between. So Bam, that mid-range game, maybe you do sacrifice his potential there to get him dunks at the rim. Now also, Clay, again, preseason game. Who wasn't playing for the Hawks? Clint Capella.
Yeah.
They didn't have any of their top centers there. You had Jahlil Okafor running around with his head cut off, likely to be cut. Our guy you had to force into the action there. Georgie Dang started at center. So let's have some perspective. What Bam Adebayo showed on Monday is that he can dunk against summer league competition. So let's step back a little. Rockets really don't have much in the middle either. probably not even the Spurs, but it'll come around. There'll be a real game against a real Clint Capella. Then we'll have a far better read. You have to have perspective on Monday that way also. The Hawks, even though the Heat were without Jimmy Butler, the Hawks were basically without their power rotation.
That's a great point. And I was less focused on what Bam did, even though that was kind of the tone of the question, than I was what Kyle Lowry did for Bam and kind of leading guys into the right spots. All right, next topic on this. Mark it down or slow it down. Tyler Herro is going to win Sixth Man of the Year.
I knew you were going to come strong with Tyler. It's hard not to, Clay, when you got a guy who scored 26 points in 26 minutes. I think he has a chance. I think he has a chance because what he does is so dynamic. Because what he does stands out. Because for weeks, when we've been doing Pallet Rock City Inside the Paint, we've been talking about the comparisons to the Jamal Crawfords and the Lou Williams and the microwave type of ability. And we wanted to see that because that you have to fill boxes here. And as much as you're saying who are your starters going to be, how's your rotations going to be, there is a very real NBA realm and role of streak scorer. And that's something I think Tyler can do very well. 14 consecutive points at the end of the first quarter, that microwave ability, sort of what the Heat thought, let's be honest, they had in Dion Waiters previously and did at times. But I would say this to Heat Nation. If you want Tyler to be that player, if you want him to microwave, if you want streak scoring, please, when we come on here every Wednesday for Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, don't complain when there is a 2 of 12, when there is a 3 of 13. Because you know what? Part of that role is keep shooting until you get pulled out of the game. That's part of the mentality also. I think Tyler can do that. I think Tyler will do that. And Clay, how fascinating. Even you and I sort of built an offseason of shows on who they're going to get for Tyler Herro when they trade him. And it's just crazy how the entire sort of thought process change and narrative changes after one game to Tyler Herro invaluable. But my question to you would be this, Clay. If Tyler Herro is not your streak scorer, maybe you trade him, maybe he's not that role. Tell me one other player on this roster who you think can be microwave. In other words, God bless him, but Tyler Herro is going to miss 3 games for injury X. That, we were talking about filling roles and next man up and things like that. Give me a name on this roster. When Tyler Herro has to miss 3 games because of a sore hamstring, who on this roster fills that role?
Well, there's not, based on body of work in the NBA. The one player that you hear over and over again that has shown that ability when given the opportunity elsewhere is Gabe Vincent. That his true strength is the ability to put the ball in the basket. That it's like they were trying to make him a point guard, but that he's more of like but no, to your point, he's
not an attack guard, right? Clay, he's not an attack guard. Max Strus is not an attack forward.
I agree.
And like Tyler said, he also got 5 free throws, which might not seem like a ton when you've covered Jimmy Butler for a couple of years, but you get that also. You stop the game. You might stop the other team's run by getting to the line.
Right.
So it's just weird. Everyone was trading Tyler Herro in the offseason, trading him for a point guard, trading him for a power forward. And yet when you look at the role he fills right now, and if he's not there, it really increases what's on the plate for Kyle Lowry. It really increases what's on the plate for Jimmy Butler. So it's kind of interesting. None of the kids they have in camp, Marcus Garrett, defensive oriented, Caleb Martin, nice, steady type of player, but not a burst kind of player.
Right.
So it just, there are options out there. Some teams have an excess, and that's something to look at. But I think that's the one thing the Heat sort of don't have is, okay, the starters are gassed. They're all out 8 minutes into the game. Who's coming off the bench to keep you afloat? The Heat ran their offense through Tyler Herro at that point Monday. It's just interesting. I know I shouldn't be as worried about the depth because you got to get the first thing first, the main thing. But it is interesting that I don't see another guy like that, even though the Heat currently are carrying 20 players on their roster.
So that goes back to your point about what's the drop off, when you're talking about if Kyle Lowry has to go out and the drop off between Tyler Herro and the next microwave guy. So I'm looking back, Ira, because I intentionally phrased this as 6th man of the year, because the 6th man of the year historically over the last decade or so, and maybe even going back before that, it's the guy who's going to be that microwave guy. These are the names that I think if you're a Heat fan, you're hoping Tyler Herro becomes one of these types of players. Lou Williams won it 3 times. You mentioned Jamal Crawford. Eric Gordon, perfect example of somebody on that 2017 Rockets team that came in and did just that. Now, Montrezl Harrell, a little bit different type of player,
Right.
obviously, but he did score a lot off the bench on that Clippers team. And then Jordan Clarkson last year. And the thing that I think,
like that.
yeah, like I think that the thing that all these guys have in common, Ira, you look down the line here, these are winning teams. These are teams that had one of the higher seeds in the conference, and obviously not as much playoff success. But I think the bottom line here is you need somebody like a Tyler Herro to come in and get buckets against the other team's second-team guards in order to fill the stat sheet and keep you scoring when your guys are on the bench. All right, we only got 2 more minutes here, so maybe we attack this a little bit more in the next break. But the next topic that I wanted to get was the one in your Ask Ira column. Mark it down or slow it down. Heat at light speed, playing with pace once Jimmy Butler is back.
I've seen this act too many times. Even the last few seasons, Clay, remember how they always start the season really high scoring and really high on turnovers? And Eric Spoelstra says we have to simplify it. We might have to slow it down. I just don't see that changing. It's not their DNA. It's not the DNA of this roster to run around with your head cut off. When Eric Spoelstra tells us, hey, we're going to outscore the other team, screw the defense, then I'll buy all in on this. But you know what? Pace also plays to your defense as far as getting back on defense, not always playing in transition. The Heat don't like to play that way. So what I would say is this. There will be select times where the pitch ahead is there and they will play that way. But Jimmy Butler's a half-court player and arguably one of the best half-court players in the NBA, including getting to the foul line, slowing the game down a little. So again, I want to see the Kyle-Jimmy combination. I want to see what they want. I want to see if Kyle pitches ahead to Jimmy, and then Jimmy dribbles the ball back up to the top of the circle, throws it to Kyle and says, let's go run pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll. So I really am curious about that. I just do not see the Heat playing at breakneck speed. I don't see them playing like the Sacramento Kings or these other teams who have to play that way and create chaos because they don't have depth of talent. Jimmy is very good in the half court. Bam is very good in the half court, facilitating and setting his screens. Duncan Robinson is outstanding in the half court, moving without the ball. I don't know if you remove that from your equation. Pace is fun. Speed is fun. Scoring is fun. Winning is more fun. I think that's what Eric Spoelstra would tell you.
And I think this is going to get back to what we talked about right at the outset here, that Kyle Lowry is going to do what's best for the team and also getting guys in spots. And, you know, in hockey, they call it odd man rushes. It's not just that everybody is coming down at breakneck speed. I could see scenarios where you've got Kyle Lowry and a couple of other guys who are out running while Jimmy's like, you know what, I'm going to take my rest on offense and sit back. So, yeah, I think you're going to see levels to this whole thing as the season goes on.
And the hockey analogy there I would make is Wayne Gretzky operating in the office behind the goal line in the back of the goal. I think that's what Kyle Lowry could do also, orchestrating. I think he's an orchestrator also. So I think there'll be a yin and a yang between that. There will be some pace. There will be some running. But if you're asking me which is more likely, the Heat to be in the top 10 of defense or the top 10 of offense, I'll go with defense every time. And I know that Eric Spoelstra would.
Coming up next, right here on Inside the Paint, do NBA GMs like the Heat more than you do? We'll get into that. Plus, what's going on around the league and could it affect the top of the Eastern Conference with this whole vaccination stuff? That's coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Make sure to smash the like button. That helps us out a lot as we go along here. Some of the chat questions here. This is a good one from Daniel. Pace doesn't work well for a defensive-minded team, correct? And in many ways, like if you want to take all-encompassing, yes. However, bottom line is if you're scoring, that helps your defense because then you can get back, you can set your defense. So this is where playing with pace really works well when you've got a point guard like Kyle Lowry who is so smart and knows when to pick his spots and play with space. You don't just run around willy-nilly. Yes, I'm 94 years old.
It's the helter-skelter of the bottom teams in the league where they're constantly pushing the ball. They don't care about the turnovers. The Heat got caught in that a little bit in recent seasons, also trying Tyler Herro at point guard last season to start the season. So it's more controlled pace. There still could be plenty of fun plays and alley-oops along the way. But you know what, Clay? The game slows in the fourth quarter, and the game's always slow in the playoffs. So, we go back for years, and Mike D'Antoni in 7 seconds or less in Phoenix, and how that's going to win a championship, but it didn't. And we saw his 3-for-all. He just posted a story about PJ Tucker at sunsentinel.com, and how he was going to shoot threes nonstop in Houston, but it didn't win a championship. You know, you probably have to go back to the Showtime Lakers for a team that got, even for all the Warriors scoring, probably have to go back to the Showtime Lakers for a team that had that, sort of MO, championship MO, but it was a different league then. It was different rules then. It was different players. It was a different approach. So it's fun. So I think what Heat fans have to decide is they would rather have fun or rather win. I'll take you to a quick story here. Kevin Lockery, after he was replaced as coach first by Alvin Gentry and then Pat Riley, worked a bunch of games for ESPN Radio. And he'd always come up to me watching the new look Heat. Remember when Pat first got here, they were scoring in the 80s, Clay. They were barely scoring.
Oh, yeah.
And he'd go to me, how can you watch this? Remember, Kevin was coach of the ABA, New York Nets. They had Julius Irving and some scorers. He goes, how can you watch this? And I was like, yeah, but they're winning. And people will put up with a small amount of points for a large amount of victories. And I think that's the trade-off you're going to make. It's like, how many times have we heard Eric Spoelstra say this during the good times? We won that game in the mud. They still would prefer to win. So I think they'll take a little more mud and a little less pizzazz, but I still think there could be some fun moments overall. I do think this, when Clay Ferraro comes on Local 10 for the 11 o'clock news, he will have highlights to show of the Heat this year that will be dramatic. They might not tell the story of the whole game, but Clay, I do think this team, I think you would agree, will give you 3 or 4 plays every night where you won't have any trouble pulling that package together.
Yeah, you're going to get out and you're going to run when the game dictates it. It's just not that you're going to do it like the helter-skelter pace like you said. Comment here from Game Over, who has fun when their team isn't winning? Exactly. And that's, bottom teams in the league, you can see teams like the Timberwolves, Rockets, that can run like crazy all the time. But if you're not winning the ball game, then, who cares? I mean, bottom line, especially if you're a Heat fan, you want to win. To that point about Lowry, I really liked, and I love when the NBA does this every year on NBA.com. They survey front office people around the NBA and get their take on the upcoming season. They get their take on each team. I found it interesting. They had the Heat as the third best team in the East. And one of the biggest reasons why was they feel like these anonymous executives feel like Kyle Lowry is going to raise the talent level on this team. That not that he's going to make, like, everybody's all of a sudden magically going to be a better individual player, but that Kyle Lowry will get the most out of the guys surrounding him. I found that really interesting, that when you canvass the league, that the feeling is that, Happy learned how to putt, that you get in somebody like Kyle Lowry and all of a sudden those guys get that much better, that you raise them to right behind Brooklyn and Milwaukee.
Yeah, there's a couple of things there. They raised the Heat as making the best offseason moves, and they said the best, most impactful offseason addition is Kyle Lowry. It was also a down offseason. This was not the offseason of Anthony Davis and Kawhi Leonard and LeBron, so you have to have some perspective. You could probably say that the biggest moves of the previous 5 years, each of them, Clay, were probably bigger than the biggest move of this relatively quiet NBA offseason. What I found most interesting was, when I was cobbling my story together and going down these categories, is the general managers did not rate a Heat player among the top at any single position.
Not
now,
one.
They just voted for the top. So some of them were no contest, basically. But Bam was not listed among the top centers. Kyle Lowry, for all they said about his acquisition, was not listed among the top 5 point guards, and on throughout the list. So I think, again, they're looking at this Heat team as an ensemble team, like they have been at their best of times, but not to list Jimmy Butler, not to list Bam, not to list Kyle Lowry. And they did list Eric Spoelstra very highly. And I think that puts a lot of pressure on Eric Spoelstra, because each of these pieces has to be placed in the precise right spot to get this work. There's not a lot of margin for errors. There's not going to be Steph Curry coming in and hitting 12 3-pointers. There's not going to be LeBron pounding his chest and saying, I got this. I'll run the offense. You guys go stand over there in the parking lot. If you see Heat box scores that only have 1 or 2 players with significant nights, you're probably going to see a Heat loss. You need to see a nice line for Kyle Lowry, a nice line for Jimmy Butler, a nice line for Bam Adebayo, a nice line in this direction, up and down in 3-pointers for Duncan Robinson. So Heat are going to have good games from a bunch of people, or else I'm going to be writing a bunch of stories of, despite Jimmy Butler's big night, despite Kyle Lowry's triple-double, despite Bam Adebayo's double-double, you're going to have 2 or 3 names in that headline and on those local 10 highlights every night.
Now, I will say this. When you get into the playoffs and you've got the more consistent time in between games and you're able to game plan from one game to the next, Jimmy Butler has already shown that he can be that guy in spurts. Yes. And I think having someone like Kyle Lowry to take the pressure off of him in those moments when he doesn't have to do everything, directing the offense, scoring, all of that. I think that's going to help once you get to the playoffs. But when we're talking about the regular season and how you end up getting to the finish line and hopefully getting into one of those top 4 slots, right? And this is what we've talked about, that you want to get to one of the top 4 slots, not just to have home court advantage, but you want to avoid getting into those play-in scenarios. Having somebody like Kyle Lowry is going to make such an enormous difference. And the fact that the NBA GMs viewed that, I thought was big. So, to your point,
if I could just interrupt just for 1 second, though, it's interesting how they put the Heat third. I look at it as sort of apples and oranges, and John Hollinger from The Athletic, when he did his Heat preview, put them 6th. I don't know about the regular season. In other words, I think the GMs were saying the Heat's the third best team, including regular season and playoffs. I think the Heat are very much built for the playoffs.
Completely agree.
But I'm not sure about the regular season. I'm not so sure that a hungry team like the Hawks, and look, we saw some of their depth on Monday, but they didn't even play a lot of their young players. Now with DeAndre Hunter, if he's back, if Cam Reddish can contribute. So I think it's going to be somewhat of a struggle to get top 4 for the Heat in the East. And really, even with the Boston and Horford and Dennis Schroeder, I need to see how this depth plays out, how Riley plays people, how the fit comes in. I think 3 is a little high when they had the Heat in the East there overall. I think the Heat could be one of the 3 best teams going into the playoffs or in the playoff situation. They're built for that. But you know what? No matter what you do in late April, May, and June, you still have to get there in good enough shape. I think it's going to be very interesting. I think Heat fans are going to be very curious as the season goes along. Are the Knicks going to be real? Can they match what they did last season? Are the Hawks real? Can they match what they did winning the division last season? Did Boston, to some degree, get better by adding Horford and by adding Dennis Schroeder? So I think the East is going to be a little bit more complex regular season for the Heat than maybe the playoffs are. And all of that said, very long-winded, by the way, is this. It still comes down to your matchup. Heat had the Bucs in the first round. They were done. The Heat wins one more game. They're hosting the Knicks in the first round. Completely different scenario. So I think the matchups will matter also.
What's up, GP Trap Hewitt? Checking in from Pompano Beach. Make sure to smash that like button, as he says. Thanks a lot, guys. And I've said this before in the program, but for those of you who are joining maybe for the first time or haven't heard me say it, I couldn't care less about where the Heat finish in the regular season as long as it's in that top six and you're avoiding the playoff. Because if you're in the top six, you're not playing Milwaukee or Brooklyn in the first round in all likelihood. So at that point, it's about matchups, and I like the Heat's matchup at this point as we sit here heading into not even the regular season game one. I like the matchups versus any of the rest of those teams. The thing that is a little bit tough as you look back at last year, and it kind of felt like when they went into Boston and blasted them and were able to avoid that play-in game, I think there was kind of this exhale, like, okay, the Heat are back now. Like they're fine, like going into, and they weren't. So I feel like make sure that you're in good shape heading into that. I want to hit on one thing that you said in these last few minutes about those NBA GM rankings.
Sure.
That there was not a single Heat player listed. I think that on one hand, the Heat would like it that way. Like they like this feeling that, hey, us against the world, this is how we've thrived in the past. And yet at the same time, if you look at those listings, I think you saw Luka Doncic listed for like 4 different spots. Sure. I think you saw. So I think there's a little bit of, but. So it's not that people don't view the Heat as a talented team. It's not that they don't. If you were to re-poll these GMs and ask them, okay, Luka Doncic has to be listed as a point guard. Jimmy Butler has to be listed as a small forward. Maybe it would be a little bit different.
And I get that, except the other point I look at it is this, and I'm not really a money guy unless we're talking about cap, but if Kyle Lowry is your 3-year, $85 million point guard, if Jimmy Butler is now on the books for 5 years at $220 million over those next 5 years, if Bam Adebayo is starting right now, his 5-year, $163 million extension, if Duncan Robinson is on the books at 5 years for $90 million, the Heat are paying those guys like they should be stars. The Heat are paying those guys like they should be elite standalone talent also. The ensemble message is great. But what's going to happen, Clay Ferraro, when we're in year 2 and 3 of Pallet Rack City inside the paint, and you're increasing your family brood there, so there's kids all around you, eventually, is how are the Heat going to round out these players with so many high salaries on the books as well? So I do think there needs to be a degree of individual stardom as well. And I think that's sort of where the question is. When you're paying Kyle that, and you're paying Jimmy that, and you're paying Duncan that, and you're paying Bam that, you're going to have to fill in with much lower salaries along the way. So, yeah, I think to a degree, some of those guys do have to stand out and maybe be just a little bit more.
And that's fine. I think here's my problem with it. And I'm looking specifically at the question, who's the best point guard in the NBA? Here are how they ranked them. Steph Curry, number 1. Damian Lillard, number 2. Luka Doncic, number 3. LeBron James, number 4. And Chris Paul tied with LeBron at 4. Of all those guys, I think the only guy that you would say is a pure point guard in the Kyle Lowry mold is Chris Paul. I mean, the rest of those guys are scorers in many ways first, right? So I just think it's a little different. And I think when you look at this list, you can point it out and say, okay, well, if you're getting Kyle Lowry to be that facilitator, that ultimate quarterback, floor general type point guard, I think you could justify the salary, assuming he's able to stay on the floor, stay healthy.
Right, for at least 60 games, yeah.
Right. So, yeah, I think when you look at the survey, it's a little bit different. Daniel says, when's the next game? Well, Ira's actually going to get on a flight tonight to Houston for tomorrow's game. Right?
It's weird scheduling. They have a 10 p.m. game, 9 o'clock in Houston. That's because it's the second game of an ESPN doubleheader, ESPN2. Then they go to San Antonio for an 8:30 game. That'll be about Bally Sports Sun. And you can really tell the networks, Clay, are just trying to fit things in, because a week from Friday, the Heat play a 6:30 p.m. Friday home game against the Boston Celtics exhibition. Why? Because ESPN has Friday night college football, and they want the basketball off the air by 9 p.m. So they're just throwing in whatever they can. Sometimes you don't even finish. Like last night, Memphis, when the sprinklers went off. I found it funny. Kevin Harlan was doing the radio for the Monday Night Football game, which was in a rain delay of a dome stadium. He had a red eye. He was complaining, I'm not going to get out of here in time. Goes to Memphis. The sprinklers go off. They wind up having to delay and then finally cancel the end of that game. So I think you need some perspective also. I'll be really curious, Clay, including maybe even you, to see how many people stay up for the full Heat game that starts at 10 o'clock on Thursday from Houston.
Yeah, it all depends on who's playing. If you've got the Summer League roster out there, I'm getting some Z's.
And by the second half, I think it'll only be what you have termed before the Micah Potter hardcore fans. So we will see.
Hey, look, I don't know, man. I'd like to see Omer Yurtseven. I'll tell you the thing that I think bothered me about this list as I'm going back through it again. Who's the best defensive player in the NBA? I mean, Bam Adebayo didn't get a single vote.
Yes. Even for interior player or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, again, this is not the kind of poll where they were asked to name their top 5 or top 3. They gave a name, and that was it. So you're not going to get the diversity of names you do with the NBA awards when it's 1, 2, and 3, or in some cases through 5 on the ballot. You're not, if you know, some of the lists ended very quickly on that survey. There was 1 to 2 players on some answers, and that's it. So I wouldn't overstate it. I also think GMs try to show they're the smartest men in the room. So they're like, oh, we can list a player at point guard. We can list him at shooting guard. We can list him at small forward, like you mentioned, and sort of show that they're smarter than the rest of us, that even the NBA on their award ballots wouldn't. Look, it's a fun thing. It's nice that they actually take the time to do it. It's done through the NBA, so you know there's a degree of legitimacy. I still, Clay, prefer that to the top 100 player list that ESPN and Sports Illustrated does, where it's just so opinionated, of random journalists that it just doesn't feel the same. This is fun. Again, it'll play out for real in games that matter starting on February 20th or February 19th. So we'll know soon enough.
I'm just looking at Rudy Gobert at number 2, and I'm sorry, I watched him played off the floor. You could point to him as the reason why the Clippers beat Utah in that deciding game, and it was because of his inability to play defense on the perimeter. I watch Bam Adebayo do that all the time, and I watch him do it very well. They have Giannis number 1 and far and away number 1. I'm fine with that, and yet I don't see an enormous difference defensively between Bam and Giannis. Now Giannis is a ridiculous offensive player, and we saw that his ability to dominate his way. So I'm not saying that Bam is him as a complete player. I just look at the list and I think, look, you can't tell me that one GM watches what Bam Adebayo does against Stephen Curry and some of these guys on the perimeter, in addition to what he does at the rim, and doesn't say, so anyway, that's the one, and I'm sorry if I'm coming off of as homerish on this one. I like Bam, great guy to be around. So maybe I'm a little bit biased on this one, but that was the one that bothered me more than
well.
else.
If a Bam Adebayo jersey shows up behind you on next week's show, coming from Bam, then we'll know where this all was headed.
True story at Media Day, by the way. I asked him like 2 questions, and all of a sudden, like, he talked for so long that the person who was kind of leading him around looked at me and was like, Time to wrap it up. I'm like, no, man, I want to spend 2 hours with Bam here. All right, coming up next, I want to talk about what's going on at the top of the Eastern Conference, specifically with the Brooklyn Nets. And is there a chance that we may not even see Kyrie Irving for a lot of the games this year? How could that change the compass of the Eastern Conference? That's coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint, final segment here. Make sure to drop your questions, any comments you may have in the chat section here on our YouTube channel. And please make sure to, as Big O would say, smash the like button. That does us a big favor. So, we talk about the Miami Heat and how the NBA poll of GMs had them as the third best team in the Eastern Conference, whether that's how they finish in the regular season or how they are heading into the playoffs. But I don't think anybody questions that the top two teams are Brooklyn and Milwaukee, in whatever order that you want to take them. And yet, that is assuming that Kyrie Irving is playing for the Brooklyn Nets. Mm-hmm. At this point, he's not. And there is nothing to say that he is going to anytime soon, at least in certain situations. And this is all stemming from his reluctance to become vaccinated and the rules in New York, which essentially say you got to be. And so, Ira, how do you see this playing out? I think the one thing, whether you agree or disagree with Kyle Lowry's stances both on this and historically speaking, the one thing that is inarguable is that he is convicted on them. He is somebody who is going to stand by his stances. So if he ends up standing by this, what is the end game here for Brooklyn, and how does that play into the top of the Eastern Conference moving forward?
Well, it's interesting because Brooklyn obviously is limited because he's such a quality player. You want him there because you don't know if those restrictions will remain in place in January, February, March, or playoffs when you need him the most. Kyrie Irving has shown to this point he doesn't mind missing games. Of course, Kyrie Irving has also shown he doesn't mind missing games because he's always gotten paid for all those games. Took a 2-week vacation last season, went unmasked to a party. He's walked away saying, the mental strain of the game, sort of a Naomi Osaka thing, needed his time. And every team has been very willing because he's that talented. To me, the Nets equation, I've been thinking about this a lot, Clay, because there's a chance, obviously he doesn't play any home games. That's half the schedule. Can't play at Madison Square Garden, still in New York City. Can't practice at home. Steve Nash said we're not moving our practices back to our Jersey practice facility or something like that. So he's not even going to be in sync with his teammates. So I sort of rethought this. I was going over this last night in my head. Let's take Kyrie Irving out of the Nets equation, okay? What if I were to tell you I have a team in Brooklyn whose top two players are Kevin Durant and James Harden, who have a nice mix of NBA veterans who are also part of that, from the Blake Griffins and the LaMarcus Aldridge and a bunch of other proven players, even some interesting rookies. So, Clay, just for a second, Kyrie Irving doesn't exist, okay? Probably which would meet the goals of half the fans out there. Where would you put this Brooklyn Nets team with James Harden and Kevin Durant and the rest of their veteran quality supporting cast in the Eastern Conference, assuming everyone else is as is?
I think they're still top two, but I think they're a lot closer to the Heat than they would be with a full-time Kyrie Irving. And
I think they're I agree. I think they're number two also. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
So my point being, they might be number 2 anyway. It's so interesting. You and I, every week we talk about the Nets and everything going on there. We talk so little about the Bucs, as does the rest of the league. They're defending champions. They have Antetokounmpo. They have Drew Holiday. They have Chris Middleton. They have Bobby Portis came on. They've augmented in the offseason, even losing PJ Tucker. But that's the thing for me with the Nets. So, Clay, just before I interrupt you, and I apologize, my question is this. I wonder how Steve Nash approaches it. Does he approach it like you and I just said? Kyrie's a bonus. If he shows up today, then we all eat lobster. If not, then we just settle for steak and go forward. But I think the Nets are a really good team without Kyrie Irving. I think the fact that they made the switch now that James Harden basically is the point guard, they have the guy who's going to distribute and run the offense anyway. Of course, you're not as good without an all-star, without an MVP quality player, but they are so stacked. It's almost like saying you have LeBron and Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook winds up missing 20 games. Well, the Lakers are still pretty damn good. You have that level of quality. It's not like the Warriors when they lost Klay Thompson and they had some neophyte players and Draymond Green. I wouldn't put in that tier. So I think the Nets will be good enough with Harden and Durant if that's the cohesion they develop. But if it's Kyrie in and Kyrie out and Kyrie practice and Kyrie not practice, and it's two different teams, it's almost like they're featuring their A team in some games and their B team in some games. That's a really hard way to play 82 games of NBA basketball.
And so I think the question then becomes, if you're Steve Nash, how much do you want to build a team without Kyrie Irving and then just hope at the end of the year that you can just supplement the team that you currently have? I think the problem with the Kyrie Irving is that he's somebody who part of his greatness is also his usage, and it's getting him the ball and allowing him to kind of do his thing. Well, that's then going to take the ball out of James Harden's hands. It's going to take the ball out of Kevin Durant's hands. Now, if you've played a full season with doing that, then I think it's a little bit different where you can kind of build that cohesion with those guys. And no, you're not dropping out of the top two by taking Kyrie Irving out of the equation, as long as you're building a cohesive unit with the rest of that talent there. But then what happens at the end of the year? It's not like with the Heat, where adding Victor Oladipo midway through the year as a kind of defensive stopper, like a guy who's going to supplement your defense. But you're not going to be relying as much, hopefully, on Victor Oladipo to dribble the ball around and do kind of what Kyrie Irving would do for Brooklyn. So
yeah, that's a really good, Clay, that's a really good analogy, because what if Victor Oladipo, instead of 4 games, had played 14 and the Heat developed a rhythm? Right. And they were going to do this, and Tyler Herro will be there instead, and they had their team, and then boom, he goes out with the quadriceps surgery. So you're right, it's different. So maybe what the Nets need to do is cast, like to go back to this top of the show here on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, maybe what the Nets need to do is sort of what we talked about the Heat with Tyler Herro and those other teams. Maybe you cast Kyrie Irving as your Lou Williams, as your Jamal Crawford, as, hey, maybe we get 20 points in a row from this guy today. If not, we have our system, we have our lineup, we have our rotation. He becomes that kind of player, because you know what, Clay? I think you'd agree. If you were to go through streak scorers in the NBA, players in recent years who single-handedly have scored 10, 12, 14 points in a row for their team, Kyrie's a player who's on that list. So maybe that's the way that you wind up casting him this season. Or maybe he just gets the shot like Andrew Wiggins did and just realize, hey, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, and that would obviously be the game changer. The next thing as we go on, I'm not going to sit here to try to be an epidemiologist or a doctor or whatever, but the one thing that I think we've all experienced being just living in this is that the second that we think we know what's going on with this virus, the compass changes very quickly, and we all have to adjust.
And look at Andrew Wiggins. You have a player there who said he wanted a religious exemption, that he just wouldn't do it, and all of a sudden, not to quote a song or something, but he lost his religion. All of a sudden he realized that paychecks were real. He hasn't built up the equity in his bank account that Kyrie Irving has. So it winds up being a little bit different for him. So maybe Kyrie comes around, and I think you'll see a Bradley Beal come around and other people come around. Look, we're seeing a very hard line drawn here. We've seen what happened at ESPN with Sage Steele and her comments on this. I think we're coming closer to a consensus. You are blessed to be able to be an NBA player. You are blessed to be a Kyrie Irving and earn 200 to 300,000 a game. And part of that might be conforming, even if you're a non-conformist. So I think that's what happens in this situation. I don't think this festers as long as people think. I don't. But Clay, you were spot on at the top of the segment. If there is one player in the NBA who would push this to the max, it probably is Kyrie Irving.
Chris Adams says by the way, thanks for the super chat. That's great. The only reason the Nets stay at number 2, and it's because Kyrie Irving isn't on another team in the East. If he was on another team in the East, then what? I mean, absolutely. Like hypothetically, if Kyrie were to come to the Miami Heat, all of a sudden you have that volume score.
Or Clay, I'll give you another one. Or let's say people are talking about a Ben Simmons for Kyrie Irving swap, which is fascinating on the level. Usually 2 contenders don't make a trade like that. It is doable. There aren't the same restrictions in Pennsylvania, so he could be a full-time player and not have to worry about that. He would have the NBA's onerous restrictions of being unvaccinated, not being in the same locker room, not sitting with teammates at meals and on the flight. But that is something that is doable. There is a deal out there. So here's the problem, or here's the question. Everyone keeps thinking COVID is in the moment. We thought the end of 2 seasons ago in the bubble would be it. Then we go through all of last season with the restrictions and a shorter schedule. Then we get to the start of this season with vaccination requirements. So do you give up on your Nets big 3 for the long run because of what's happening right now with Kyrie, or do you look at it another way? Kevin Durant's getting older. James Harden is getting older. This is your window. And so maybe half the season with Kyrie and half the playoff games with Kyrie is still the better alternative than waiting for a year for either COVID to go away, the restrictions to go away, the pandemic to vanish. That's the fascinating thing. Is there a Brooklyn Nets long game? I don't think there is. If there's a long game, you're not adding Blake Griffin. You're not adding LaMarcus Aldridge. You're living in the moment. So that's what makes this so fascinating. Do you trade someone away because he's being obstinate in the moment? Or do you take a little bit of a longer view to it? I think the Sixers would do Ben Simmons for Kyrie Irving. I might be wrong. Maybe you don't want to go one headache for another. You've already dealt with your share of headaches. But man, Kyrie is talented.
Oh yeah, and you're willing to deal with that for somebody of his caliber. I would say this: it's still a players' league. If I'm Sean Marks, if I'm Steve Nash, I am sitting down. I am setting a meeting right now with Kevin Durant and James Harden. First, I'm gonna go directly to Kyrie, and I'm gonna say, look, we got to know what the situation is. We have to know what you're willing to do, and if you're not willing to get vaccinated, that's your choice. We have to move forward knowing what your stance is on this and make the best decision for us. Then you sit down with Kevin Durant and James Harden and you say, all right, look, guys, this is what we're going to have to deal with. This is the best case scenario for Kyrie Irving with this team. He is with the team part-time for now. And when I say part-time, I mean a very small part-time. And then potentially at the end of the year, we get him back full-time. How do you feel about keeping him on the roster in that role? And would you rather try to get something for him that can supplement you guys and the rest of this team right now? Because if we were to turn around and trade him right now, we could get somebody like potentially a Ben Simmons. Would you? So I think this is one of those rare situations where you have to sit down and allow your other players to have a voice in this, especially the 2 players that you paid a lot of money to and who, look, even if you get Kyrie Irving, he's immensely talented. He's still your 3rd best player. I mean, James Harden. So to me, you have to sit down with your 2 best players and get their feeling on that.
And I can have this conversation a lot easier because I'm dealing with Clay Ferraro and not Clay Travis. But I would put it this way: this could end at any moment. He can get vaccinated at any moment. So that's the thing, Clay. This is so different. This is not a player who has a torn ACL, but it might be healed tomorrow. You know, usually an injury or a situation, a hatred of a teammate, locker room fighting, James Harden being obstinate last season at the start of the season in Houston, Jimmy Butler sabotaging practice in Minnesota. That's not going away immediately. All it takes is one poke, one pinch, one shot, and Kyrie Irving is totally back on board. So that's the thing. I think what you have to do, as much as talking to James Harden, as much as talking to Kevin Durant, is, and I know this might be the hardest thing in all of sports, is getting a read on Kyrie Irving. Is this going to end tomorrow, the next day, over the weekend? next week during the preseason, because then it all goes away. So that's the thing, is whether you're talking to Kyrie's people, whether you're talking to Kyrie, whether you're talking to a shaman, whatever it takes, I think that's what it comes down to. That's what makes this so unique, Clay. It goes away in a millisecond. If he says that, it just takes some convincing. Who's the convincer? Is it Durant? Is it Harden? Is it his family? Is it his agent? Is it someone out there? Is it his advisor? So that's why you almost have to pull back. This is so unique because this is I don't want to say horrific situation, but this is a tenuous situation that in a heartbeat, maybe while we're on right here, maybe before people listen to this on the podcast version, it's resolved. That's how quickly this can change. Because of that, I think you have to be careful about making any drastic move.
And that's why the first thing you have to do is go directly to Kyrie Irving. And if you can't get directly to him, then you go to the person that you know can get to him immediately. And you say, look, people want to be treated like grown men. Go to him like a grown man and say, look, we respect your stance on this, but we have to know right now, are you at all willing to get this done? And if the answer is no, you have your answer. And then you go to James Harden and Kevin Durant. And then look, maybe in that scenario, maybe then Kevin Durant puts in a phone call to Kyrie, because we know that they obviously came together to go to Brooklyn. Maybe he's the one. But you go to Kyrie first. You treat him like a grown man, and then you go to James Harden and Kevin Durant.
On the way out, for people who used to watch the old series Oz on HBO, or you have someone accidentally bump into Kyrie Irving with a needle, give him an injection, he doesn't even know it, and then all of a sudden you go to Sean Marks, hey, he's vaccinated, it's all good. So maybe there's just an accidental poke where he goes, oh, I think I got stung, someone hit me there, and they're done. Not recommending that, not talking about the ethics. I'll leave that to Clay Travis, to Sage Steele, but so there is plan B also there. So it's going to be an interesting week.
Guys, thank you for all your comments in the chat. This was a great one. I think it's fun. It's fun to have the energy. It's fun to have the games back. Ira's going to be full of energy because he's going to drink a lot of coffee to get on that flight to Houston and take the red eye back. But guys, thanks for hanging out. This has been a blast. We'll see you next week right here on Inside the Paint.
Thank you.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843 That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop. There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, good morning. We are back after a little Inside the Paint, our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show, which they do an excellent job for an hour every week on Wednesdays. They do it now 9 to 10. I know the first couple of shows, first couple of months, we were doing it starting off at 10 a.m., but now it is a weekly show at 9 a.m. on Wednesdays. So great job by the guys, talking a little Heat. And listen, as much as, you know, I need this Dolphins season to turn around. I mean, I really do. Because I know that there was no hope for the Kane season. So, you know, this was like my only hope for football. And we wait. It's so frustrating because we wait for so long in the offseason, you know, and you go through the draft and free agency and the trades and then the mini camps and everything. And then you finally get to training camp and you know, you start the regular season and you're hopeful and, you know, it's only 4 months the season. So it's just like, you know, you don't want to start the vicious cycle again. And then you got to hopefully try to fix all the problems in the off season. So this is where, you know, like listening to the guys talk basketball, and it's, there's a part of me where I can't wait for the Heat and the Panthers to start. I mean, watching last night, that Tampa, Florida game, I mean, that made me feel like, all right, I can't wait for hockey, dude. Because it's like, it's World War III every time Tampa and Florida play. And Florida looks really good right now, man. They look awesome right now. And, you know, night yesterday was actually good. And if the kid comes through, that's going to be absolutely phenomenal because they can score. And they can score against that Tampa goalie too. That's the other thing. And as amazing as he is, Florida can score on that guy. And then we've got the Heat, who made some really interesting moves. They're contracts that kind of scare me because they're older players, obviously. But at least for this season, let's just take one season at a time. This season is one that, and I wouldn't put it past the Heat to be in the NBA Finals this year. I just wouldn't. Not the way they can play defense, and they have enough guys on offense. So if they can play, something that they haven't been able to do is play defense in a long time. So I really want to put off the Heat and Panther season as much as possible. Okay. I really want, the Dolphins to be front and center in all of this, but it's up to them now. It's up to them. I mean, we're all going to be watching every week, no matter what happens, right? Because we're hardcore Dolphins fans. We're going to be at Sports Grill every week. And again, a reminder, this week we start at 11 a.m., obviously, because it's a 1 o'clock game. But the following week against Urban Liar and the Jags, it's at 7:30 in the morning, starts our pregame. And we're going to be out at Sports Grill, and you can come on out and join us for breakfast. So you can have some pancakes and some eggs and all kinds of stuff there. So come on out. You can have your regular burger if you really want, and you want some special grilled wings. They're going to make that for you too, but they're going to have an option so you can have a little breakfast too at the same time. So if you want some breakfast, man, and watch the Dolphins with us at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes, we encourage you to come on out and join us. That's going to be a lot of fun, cheering on the Dolphins and hopefully get a win and get on track. And we talked a little bit about in the first half hour of the show. We talked a little bit about what I'm hoping for the Dolphins start with this weekend here against the Tampa Bay Bucs. So I got a lot of things. Listen, we got Alan Poupar will join us later on in the program at 12:30. So we got a while till we get to Alan Poupar. One of the things that I had not done, because I always take your questions, and obviously if you want to send in a question on the text line at 855-912-1056. I just spent most of the hour while we were doing Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. I was actually answering a lot of the texts that have come in the last couple of hours, in the last 24 hours, that is. So if you have any questions, I cleared up the text line. I can answer them for you. If you have any questions on the chat board, send them in. I don't care what it is: sports, life, music, crypto. I don't care. Let's have a little bit of an open forum for you guys. So if you have any questions, obviously you got a super chat. You can send in the super chats on YouTube. Of course, we'd prefer that you go to Cash App or Venmo to make your donations, and also send in your questions too, because we can answer your questions there on Cash App or Venmo. Donnie send in on Venmo. He says, 57-year-old Dolphins fan since the 70s. This is tough, bro. Was hoping we were headed in the right direction the last 2 years. Flo looked lost on the sidelines. First time I've seen that. Very upsetting. Had big hopes for this year. Love your show, my man. And it's Duck Dog 1104. And Duck Dog 1104, thank you, my brother. I appreciate you immensely. And listen, I'm with you on the frustrations. And Flo does look lost right now on the sidelines. I mean, there's no other way of looking at it. He looks lost right now, and it looks like he doesn't have the answers. That's really the scary part about watching Flo right now, because you watched offensively, they weren't using Gesicki much. And I don't go with the stuff. I love Omar. He has a great opinion and a great eye for watching the Dolphins and covering them. Doesn't mean he's always going to be right, and neither am I. But I don't agree with him on the whole blocking thing. You can kiss my ass for the whole blocking thing. Tight ends don't need to block in this league. If you know how to run your offense, he's a big receiver is what he is. And they don't use him. And Flo doesn't figure that out. And this past week they used him. But that's on Flo. There's a lot of things that are on Flo, and he's got to figure it out. And it looks like he's kind of lost in all of this because the problems continue from one week to another. And when I start seeing the brain farts on the field by all players, not just Jacoby Brissett, I mean, it drives me crazy. So that is kind of the scary part, but this is why I told you yesterday or the day before, I think it might have been, the only good part about all of this is now we're going to find out another thing about Flo. He's been great about the first 2 years, developing everything and handling no expectations. Now he has expectations. Now he has to live up to expectations and pressure. There was no pressure the first 2 years because there was no expectations. Now there are expectations, and you're not living up to them. Now let's find out a little bit more about Flo. And that's the beauty about what's going on here in that sense, that we will now find out more about your head coach. Let's see. Kyle Ferris. Farias, I think is how it's pronounced. Thank you for the super chat, sir. Says, do you think we still have a chance at the playoffs, and how do you turn it around? There's no doubt they have a chance for the playoffs. Now, you know how you turn it around? The offensive line needs to give Tua time. You do that, and I think you turn it around. Because I think Tua can even overcome what they have even at offensive coordinator. All right? I have more faith in Tua than most people as a player. I don't have faith in him as, his body. I mean, that's obviously his lack of durability. I mean, listen, I'm on record. That was the one thing that scared me away from Tua in the draft. It's not his ability. I was going back and forth with Steve Sevkis from the Sun Sentinel, and he's dead set on he's a size queen. You've got to be 6'5", and you've got to have a rocket arm, which is a bunch of bullshit. Because Chad Pennington didn't have a rocket arm, and he was a successful quarterback, and Drew Brees doesn't have a rocket arm, and he was a successful quarterback, and Bob Greasy is also in the Hall of Fame, and he doesn't have a rocket of an arm. And Drew Brees wasn't tall, and neither is Kyler Murray. Short quarterbacks have had success in our league too. So anybody that tells me, oh, he's short and he doesn't have a strong arm, that doesn't mean anything. Joe Montana is in the Hall of Fame, and he doesn't have a strong arm. Never had a strong arm. But he has the same qualities that Joe Montana has. Intelligence, ball accuracy, ball placement, all of those kind of things. And when you have that, you can be a quarterback in this league, and you can have success in this league. I'm not a size queen, so I don't worry about that kind of stuff. I've watched all kinds of quarterbacks. In fact, I've seen plenty of quarterbacks that are 6'5" and have a rocket of an arm, and I don't want them anywhere near my football team. So that, to me, you want to tell me about durability? Hey, that's what scared me off about Tua in the first place. A couple years ago, I'm honest at least. I don't take Tua, and I don't take Herbert. That's all. It's really simple for everybody to see Herbert physically at the moment. But at that time, when he was coming out, he really hadn't had any great moments at all in Oregon. No great wins. And a lot of times when you saw him win some of his games, it was mostly with his legs, not with his arm. And it was all about him being an introvert and all that other stuff. And if he was an introvert, I wanted no part of it. So I wouldn't have taken either guy, actually. But when they took Tua, I understood it because he can play. Now, putting a young line in front of him, that was not smart. That part is the part that really hurt the Dolphins, that you went too young in front of a cat like that because he is injury prone. So these are the frustrating things, and I get all of this. But you can turn this around. You can fix this. Now, it's going to take a drastic change by the offensive line. See, I don't worry about Tua figuring it out. I know he's going to figure it out. Now, are you going to allow him to figure it out in one piece, or are you going to put people in front of him that is going to get him killed, that you're going to beat him down? And then he'll never reach his potential because you would have broken him in half already. That's the problem right now. Can you find enough people up front to allow the quarterback to actually grow into the position and go out there and make some plays? I'm sick and tired of watching quarterbacks drop back in the NFL, and I'm watching them with space to throw the ball. And I know that there are offensive line issues on other teams, but I'm still watching a lot of quarterbacks, including Justin Herbert, who line up and they're not running around for their lives. They get to stand back there with some space and throw the ball with the allotted time that you need. And they're not doing that for Tua. So that's how you fix this whole thing. It's not about his size. It's not about his arm. It's not about any of that bullshit. It's about fixing the 5 guys in front. It's about making sure he has enough time to do his job. The kid's smart enough. The kid can read defenses, can go through his progressions. All that stuff is normal for him. But he can't do it on his ass. And he can't do it if he's running for his life constantly. It just doesn't allow him. You know what I mean? And because he's not 6'5", and he can't be leaning sideways on one leg and sidearm a ball 40 yards downfield because he doesn't have that kind of a body. So if you wanted a punching bag, then you should have drafted a guy that weighs 260 pounds and is 6'6" and can sit back there and take a pounding. But if you want a quarterback, you got a quarterback. But allow him to be a quarterback. That's all. I mean, Joe Montana got to do his job because he had a hell of a line in front of him. Yeah, I know he had Rice and Taylor, and he had one hell of a tight end and all that, and he had a hell of a receiving back. I get all of that, but he can't get the ball to those guys if the guys in front of him, who, by the way, or even Hall of Fame worthy, if they don't give him the time. But he had a hell of a line, and it gave him the time. And he's not a big guy. It wasn't a big arm, but all you had to do was give him time, and he'll find somebody. Fran Tarkenton didn't have a big arm either. He could scramble around, but he didn't have a big arm. Problem is, there's a lot of you out there that you don't really know the history of the NFL. And then, you come up with these narratives. You start to convince yourselves that every quarterback has to be 6'5" and have a rocket of an arm. And then I can just tell you, so what? That's Jeff George and Ryan Leaf and Achilles Smith and Cam Newton and whatever. That just because you're 6'5" and you have a rocket of an arm doesn't mean you're going to be a good quarterback, Jim Druckenmiller. Doesn't mean you can be a real passer. Dante Culpepper was never a passer. He was just a big-ass athlete. Once you took the knee away from him, he wasn't a passer. He couldn't sit in the pocket and beat you because he's not a passer. Tua's a passer. You want to turn it around? Allow the passer some time to throw the damn ball. And that's up to Flo now. Flo chose to go so young on the offensive line, and then you brought in a unproven offensive line coach you're asking for a ton of trouble. And that's what they've got, a ton of trouble. But to turn it around, that's what you need, my brother. He's got to figure out that line, and it better give the quarterback some time. If he doesn't figure out that line, I don't know how many games they end up winning this season, to be quite honest, because there's no way any quarterback can do their jobs behind that. Let's see what else. Big O, why do you think the Finns have resisted a top-rated running back in the draft? I like Gaskins, but competition is good. No, it is, but behind this line, it doesn't really matter anyway. It would be. I've talked about this many times. So obviously you don't, listen every day and listen to every segment. So that's probably why you haven't caught it. Or when you missed a show, you probably don't go back and listen to it. But I've talked about this many times already. And this has been my theory why they haven't gotten a running back in the first couple of years. Okay. The reason I believe, and this is just me, okay, nobody's told me this, but you're developing a team right now. First year, remember, you tore it all down. So by drafting a running back with the team completely torn down, that guy was going to take a beating all year with nothing. Then you draft all these young linemen the second year, right? So if you put a young running back behind all these young linemen that aren't ready to get it done, he's going to take another beating. So now you've wasted 2 years of your first-round running back or second-round running back taking a pounding in the first 2 years that were meaningless years. You were just rebuilding the team. You're in year 3, and your line is completely young still. Only 3 of the guys have 1 year of experience. 1 guy's a rookie, and the other guy's a 5-year journeyman. Think about this. So now you put the running back behind this line this year. Takes another beating. I think they wanted to get to the point where they developed the line into years 4 or 5. And then when they felt comfortable with the quarterback and the line, then they draft a running back. High, first, second round, something like that. Maybe a high third-round pick. It's like a late second rounder. Maybe, somebody of one of those elite backs, not elite, but what I mean by is top 3, top 4 or 5 back in the draft, right? That they go in the first couple of rounds. So you take one of those guys. Now that your line has established, now that your quarterback is established, now the running back, you put it in there and he's fresh. So now you have his contract for either 4 or 5 years, depending if you picked him in the first or second round or third round. So now you have him for 4 years that you can pound the crap out of him, or 5, and then you can either tag him, or if you feel like giving a second contract, you do. If not, you let him go and you go get another one. But the idea is, why draft a guy early who is going to struggle behind all these lines and a new quarterback and all that, and he was going to take a beating? And I think that's what they chose to do. I think that they have waited to really invest in a running back so they'll get by with lesser picks, lesser players, because they're taking a beating behind a new line and all that stuff. And they don't have to really pay these kind of guys, because there's no money really being spent at running back right now. There are no high picks being spent at running back right now. So there's really nothing being sacrificed at running back the way they look at it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to sacrifice, let's do it, and let's add that final piece when everything else is kind of settled in. And then the running back really adds something now because he's playing behind a line and with a quarterback. I think that's their vision. I think they wanted to leave the running back kind of last to like finish off the whole offense. Okay? So that's my guess right now, why they haven't done it for 3 years, which is where they've been at. Okay, so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Ray Michael says, aloha, Big O from Iwa Beach, Hawaii. I enjoy your show every day and appreciate your perspective on many topics. So Don't look at from what seems so far of Waddle. Is he a Pro Bowl talent? Your thoughts? I think he can be. I think if you get again, let's get back to the offensive line doing their job. So then there's a quarterback that can do his job. So then there are wide receivers who can run all the routes in the route tree, deep, mid route, short route, all that kind of stuff. You can run the ball, all these things. This is a lack. This hurts the development of everything. If you don't have an offensive line, you can't develop a quarterback, you can't develop a running game, and you can't develop a passing game. It's impossible. So Waddle, in order for him to get to the Pro Bowl, he needs his quarterback to be able to play at a Pro Bowl type caliber level. You know what I mean? So let's give the quarterback some time so he can find everybody. Because you don't only want to throw to Waddle underneath and 4 and 5 yard routes like you're doing now. You'd like to get him, up the post. You'd love for him to do some dangerous stuff, some kind of a corner route or something. And all of a sudden now, now you're using him all over the field. It was the great oh God, what's his name from the San Diego Chargers, original coach from the AFL days. Oh man, just the godfather of the passing game. Oh God, forgetting his damn name now. Somebody help me out, please. Somebody old help me out in the 60s. What are we talking? Man, what's his name from the 60s? Great coach, man, from the 60s and the Chargers. Let me see if anybody updated here. Somebody help me out. But anyway, he said, the field is Sid Gilman. That's it. Gilman. Thank you, Sid Gilman. I love how people go with Eric Coryell. That's a little after. But Sid Gilman, who is like the godfather of the passing game. Like everything comes from Sid Gilman, basically, when it comes to the passing game. Like that's the dude that like invented it. And Sid Gilman had a line that he said, which I think the field is, 120 yards long and 50, 52, 54 yards wide. And he would tell you, and we plan on using every inch of it. And so he was the guy that kind of started the spread. He was the guy that kind of took the passing game to another level in the AFL and ended up influencing a lot of what the NFL was doing and everybody else in the AFL. And then everybody started building stuff off of what Sid Gilman was doing in his passing, right? Because he was obviously the man when it came to all of that. And that's the problem right now. The Miami Dolphins don't have the offensive line to use every part of the field. So if your quarterback doesn't have the time to use every part of the field, how can he create advantages for himself? He can't. Because if you only have enough time to run a couple of routes, then you become predictable. And that's what the Dolphins are right now. They're predictable. They're easy to defend. They can't punch you in the mouth and run the ball whenever they want. They can't hold their blocks so you can attack the deeper parts of the field. And when you can't do that, then you limit your playbook. You limit the impact you can make. You limit what the players can actually do on the field. So then Jalen Waddle doesn't ever get to play in the Pro Bowl, doesn't ever get to put up Pro Bowl stats because your quarterback is not allowed to throw the entire tree. So that's what becomes a problem. It all starts with the 5 hogs in the front. And if those guys can't do their job, then it just sets everything else back on your offense. Your quarterback won't be able to stay erect. Your quarterback may not even be able to stay in one piece. Your running backs aren't going to be able to run because they're not going to have the space. They're not going to have the holes. Your wide receivers are not going to be able to run all the routes on the tree. Your quarterback will not have all the options he needs in order to succeed. The trickle-down effect is crippling. So that's where it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. I know I saw a super chat here. Alex Diaz, I believe, sent in the super chat. Yes. Alex Diaz, thank you, sir, for sending in the super chat. Oh, want to send you something every chance I get, my friend. The book has not been written on Tua. I believe he will turn the corner and playoffs were here. I hope so. I hope so. I have all the faith in the world that Tua can play at an incredibly high level in this game. But he's just not physically going to be able to hold up and take the kind of pounding that you want him to take right now because you don't have an offensive line. You know, that part is, forget it, you know? So if you want to get in, really simple text line, 855-912-1056. Let me get to the text line here because I cleared out the text line during the show here. So anything that comes in now, people are watching and they can hear their questions. I don't have to write it back. Damn, dude. You guys are beastly. A bunch of them come in. Let's see here what we got. Okay, some are answering back some of the things that I had just sent to them. Let's see. Have a great day. I'm getting ready to watch the show. I've recently had a stroke, so I can't out much. Thank God for you and the show. The highlight of my day. Happy belated birthday, Pastor Jim Ocala. Thank you, Pastor Jim. I hope you feel better, my brother. I'm sorry to hear about your health issues right now. I'm praying for you, and hopefully you can get back to 100%, my man. And thank you for listening to us, and thank you for watching. Really appreciate it. I just hope you feel better, man. Get some rest and feel better. That's the most important part. Big O, I know Chris Greer has been with the Dolphins for a while, but he's only been running the show the last 3 years. But so far, I have no faith in what he's done. Well, these 4 games will do it to you. I get it. The 4 games have been just absolutely brutal, and it's been tough. And I see why people have lost faith. I'm going to be a little bit more patient with Flo and with Greer, and hopefully they can turn this thing around. But I'm going to give them a little bit more time. I'm not ready to give up on everybody right now and fire everybody like some of you are. Good morning, Big O. Like you, want Flo to succeed. He has until next season to fix what I view has his blunders. I have a hypothetical question for you. If Flo flops next season and he's fired, would Mario Cristobal be a good NFL head coach? And would he come here if offered the Dolphin head coaching job? That's Michael Fernandez. Michael, I can't answer that question. I don't know if he aspires to be a pro coach or he's happy coaching college guys. That's a great question, and I don't know. I think he might be a pretty good NFL coach, because one of the things I do like about him is that he really believes in building from inside out. And he had like an offensive lineman go this year in the draft. And next year he's got a top defensive lineman going in the draft. And so I like the fact that he is building up the lines, and him being a former lineman understands it. What did I just talk about the offensive line now? That without those 5 guys, what is the trickle-down effect, right? It's just really hard to overcome all of that. So, yeah, maybe he could be a pretty good one because I like his style of building teams. He is a little conservative. Now, maybe this offense that he has now is a little bit more open up with the coordinator, but I don't know if he wants it or not. I don't know. Don't know. And I don't know if he's, if you get rid of Greer, does that mean you also if you get rid of Flo, do you also get rid of Greer? Or are you talking about keeping Greer and hiring, Cristobal? I don't know if Greer wants to work with Cristobal. I don't know if Cristobal wants to work with Greer. See what I'm saying? So that's another unknown right there. But if it's just Cristobal, then Cristobal would then have to find his own general manager. He's never done that at this level. So that becomes a monster for him. And then you got to find a proven general manager that wants to work with a rookie NFL coach. That's a tough one. And we don't even know if he'll be a good one or not. It's like the people that tell me, we'll fire Chris Greer and hire Louis Riddick. Okay, that doesn't mean it'll work. It sounds great in theory. Doesn't mean it'll work. And it doesn't mean that Chris Greer is a guy you should quit on because he might turn out to be one great GM. But after 4 games, there's a lot of you that have completely flip-flopped on the guy. And there's a ton of you that are giving up on a draft that's 1 year old. So, it's tough, man. Tough. One guy says, always been listening to you for years. T-Bread alumni as well. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you out there, as always. I like the signing of the offensive line guy from New Orleans practice squad. He started for KC when they went to the Super Bowl. Fins for life. Well, we'll see, but they did let him go. So they went out and, ended up drafting a rookie. So we'll find out if that rookie is good or not. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. We got another super chat in. Pro Book Picks, which is Weapons X United, right? If I'm correct, right? Pro Book Picks. There it is. It says Weapons. Thanks for the best show on the planet, Weapons X United. Thank you, sir. I already remembered that Pro Book Picks is Weapons X United. So thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you immensely. What do we have here? Thomas Jensen says, just hope that Flo and Greer can sign the correct offensive line free agents and draft a tackle, even if they need to move up in the draft to get a good elite one, just like the Chargers did. Let's hope so. First of all, let's hope that some of these guys here wake up in the next 13 games. That's really what we need. We really need 2 or 3 of these guys to come through. That would be so ideal. So that way you can go into the offseason, because look, all 5 weren't going to hit. But if you can get 2 or 3 of them to hit, which would be really good, then now you only need to go get another guy or 2. And now you're in a much better place. Because if you can feel good, let's just say you can feel good about 3 of your rookies or 3 of your 5 guys that you invested picks in. Okay. And now you can go out and get, 2 free agents. And I'm talking about top line free agents. Yeah, you got to overpay, whatever. It is what it is. But now you've got the balance you need to really help your quarterback out. Big O, you are the man, my brother. Thank you, James Burke. You're the only thing I listen to in the morning on the way to work. You bring so much energy into what you do. It's absolutely a light to listen to you speak. It's very nice of you, James. I don't know if I deserve it, but I certainly appreciate it, man. Thank you for keeping it locked, and please smash the like button. So important you guys smash the like button and get the algorithms going, man. Get it going. Like Bitcoin today shot up to 55,000. Yeah. Did you guys see Brazil is going to add Bitcoin as their currency? All right, El Salvador's got 6 million. There's What other small country is about to add it to? But Brazil, hundreds of millions of people. Those of you that keep thinking, crypto's a fad, crypto is a scam, crypto is a Ponzi scheme, crypto's not real, all these stupid little things that I hear, because obviously the people that don't know anything about crypto, completely intimidated by crypto, they're afraid of it more than not just intimidated, but they're like terrified of it. And so they make up all these excuses. It will be a part of your everyday life. Okay? It will be your wallet. I'm telling you, you're going to be buying your concert tickets there on the blockchain. You're going to be buying goods, everything on the blockchain. That will be the future internet. People don't want to believe it, but I keep telling them. But when I saw that, Brazil, you know how many countries are going to inherit it in the next year or two? It's going to just absolutely dominate the world. And it's going to give you and me the freedoms that we haven't had because we've allowed governments to screw up all our money. And that's really the problem. And banks to control who gets the money and the politics that are behind all of that. And this is going to change the world. This is going to give the human being the most power they've ever had over their finances. So it's crypto is going to be something incredibly liberating for so many people. This is why the powerful people don't want it to happen, because they know they're being taken out of the picture and they're also being taken out of power. The SEC, they want to control you, So crypto gives us freedom. That's the part that people don't understand. Once they learn about it and once they educate themselves about it and they realize the power that it gives them, they will understand that this is the direction to go in, and this is how you're going to set yourself up better for a better future and a better life. But, it is what it is. Q Susie says, I'm sure the O-line knows they stink. Just hope they will fix it in-house. I think it's mental toughness more than anything. They played decent last year. Zoe Vegas says, I think this whole thing depends on Tua's performance once he returns and Ross's patience. How patient is Ross? Well, he's super patient. That's already known. He doesn't really get impatient. He's been patient from the get-go. Whether it's Gase, whether it's Philbin, whatever, even the whole Parcells thing that he probably should have blown up right when he took over, he didn't. He allowed it to fester. So he is ultra patient normally. Plus, look, guys, whether you like it or not, we're complaining about 4 games. We weren't complaining about them the first 2 years because they've made progress. It's all about 4 games. 4 games has kind of, shed the light on, no more progress. Now there's regression. Now there's mistakes. Now there's a lack of discipline. What the hell's going on? And it's been so bad that it's erased everything you did for 2 years. And like I told you, there were no expectations those 2 years. So it's a lot easier to overcome and surprise people doing it that way. But when you have expectations, now you have to meet them or exceed them in order to impress. That's a monster they haven't dealt with yet, and now they're dealing with it. But we have to give them the opportunity to try to fix it. I mean, I kind of find it disturbing, to be honest with you, that they made progress the first 2 years, and then the first signs of ugliness right now, and so many of you have shit the bed. So many of you have just quit on the team. You've quit on the coach. You've quit on the GM. You've quit on the quarterback. You've quit on the O-line. On the first sign of adversity. It's only been a month. It's been 3 games because the first one, at least you won in New England. That's pretty damn good. I don't care how you win it, but you win it. And 3 weeks of ugly football. And there's a lot of you that have completely turned on the team. You can be pissed. You can be frustrated, but wow, dude. I am shocked that so many people have flat out given up. Like, okay, no, that's it. It's over. The 3 games are an indication that that's it. They'll never catch it again. Flo can't do it. He's lost. He's done. Greer sucks. Tua's useless. The offensive line will never figure it out. It's amazing. 3 games. 3 games and people folded the tent. It's crazy. Really is. Dougie Fresh, thank you for the super chat, sir. Damo, up to 6,250 subscribers. If you make it to 10K by November 1st, I call off our Culture Club bet, and you are free. Karma, Karma, Chameleon. Well, let's hope so. Let's get to 10K, man. We're pacing. We're pacing. We're doing good every day. Every day we're growing, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You know, that's what I love about what we're doing is that we're growing. Thanks to all of you out there smashing the like button on the podcast, on YouTube, sharing the show, whether it's the podcast, whether it's YouTube. All of these things help out. All of these things make life a lot easier for all of us. And you know, this will allow more sponsors to gravitate because the audience continues to grow. So see, listen, if you want to keep this going, so you don't have to deal with the crap that goes on regular radio with 30 minutes of commercials in an hour, with politics that they can't say anything about the teams because they've got ties to them, you know, all that kind of stuff, all the BS that I never went through because that's not me. But most people that work there have to go by those rules because they live that way. I'm not that guy. Sorry, not that guy. I'm old school. You hired me to give my opinion, right? Well, I'm going to give my opinion. Don't tell me after you don't like my opinion. You know, we could disagree, but, you know, don't take my opinion away because it doesn't, you know, fit your narrative. And that's kind of what it is over there. So together, we build this. Together, we keep this. We keep the kind of radio that we can openly talk about things and chat about it and have the kind of connection that you can't with any of these other stations because they're corporate-led stations in another state, and they don't give a crap about our town. They don't give a crap about our teams. Just a business to them. That's all it is. They don't give a crap about you guys. I do because I am you. That's the difference. Let's see. Big O, guilty of panicking, but I have trust issues after 50 years of fandom. I understand. Roy, in St. Louis, I understand, my brother. I understand. But I'm just kind of shocked that it's so many people. I mean, a lot of people have given up on him, man. And it hasn't been a large window of screw-ups. You know what I mean? Like, we watch Joe Philbin year after year. And you're like, how are you keeping this guy around? You watch Sperano year after year. You know? Gase's first year was great. And then after that, it was like, it just got worse and worse. And that's the problem. This isn't year after year. This is just a few weeks of terrible football. I get it. Unacceptable. I got a lot of questions for Flo. I got a lot of questions, but I'm not going to give up on Flo. because I want to give them. We're all going to screw up in life, man. You're going to have a bad week. Maybe you'll have a bad month. Maybe you'll have a bad year. Don't you get an opportunity to try to redeem yourself? You know what I'm saying? I'll give you an example. And my life is in public. This is how I live my life. I live my life like an open book. You guys get to know everything about my life, pretty much, right? And you certainly know everything about my professional life. So let's go over Orlando Alzagary's professional life the last couple of years. So I get fired from 560, right, for giving my opinions, not because I'm not productive. It's not because of a lack of audience. It's not because of a lack of sponsors. It's politics, right? I don't play them. That's not who I am. I've never been that. So it cost me my job. That's fine. I'm good with that. I'm happier that way. I'd rather work for somebody that wants to work. So I go to another place to start another station, and it was a complete disaster, completely out of my control, right? So I got to leave. I start Onside. Well, no, first I start my podcast. And our first year, we have 2.1 million downloads, which is pretty damn good overall. And then the whole Onside thing comes. And I said, all right, this is a great, this is my idea. This is a great concept if I can get the right support. So I tried it with Jorge Mas, God bless him. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the right business model, wasn't the right connection, wasn't the right support. It wasn't going to work. So got shut down. So should I give up? It's not my fault. I didn't screw up. I worked my ass off. I can't do anything. But what I've done, in fact, I thought Onside sounded excellent overall. I thought we had a bunch of young guys that, you can build on. Thought we had veterans like myself and Alex Dono and stuff that were great anchors. Toast, great anchor for our station. I love Toast. I did the best I could with very little to work with. So do I not try to don't I get a chance to redeem myself when it's, shit happens? Now, those of you that don't know much about the business, you're like, oh, you can't keep a job. Okay, bro, if you think that's really what it is, go ahead. You have people that think that, right? Because, hey, my life is an open book. I've had a couple of changes the last couple of years. So I say, okay, well, this is over. Now we start this. Checked yesterday. You know how many downloads we have in 30 days? 1.47. We're almost at 1.5 million downloads a month. So am I the problem? No, I don't think so. There's a lot of downloads. The views on our YouTube page continue to go up. So I'm going to fight the good fight, dude. Because I love doing this. I love connecting with you all. I think we can grow something here. I know I could have done the Onside thing, but you got to have support. So now I got to do this, and I got to do it the hard way. Build it slowly but surely, but from within and our own way. And look, so far, man, we're on pace for like more than 14 million downloads this year. Are you listening to me? We're on pace for over 14 million downloads this year. Do you think anybody, put it this way, that's more downloads than everybody at QAM and 790 combined. Not individually, combined. So, life is about you can't give up, man. Sometimes things are going to be out of your control. but you can't allow people to stop you from trying to achieve your goals in life. And the Dolphins and Flo right now, they've run into a hurdle. But we've got to, as human beings, allow each other that when we have our bad days or bad weeks, I've had a couple of bad years. We've got to give people an opportunity to try to find themselves and fight their way back. And I think Flo and Greer have earned that right, man. Maybe there are things here that aren't looking good, but they can be corrected. And maybe there are things here that don't look good and can't be corrected. But I doubt it that everything is this bad. I doubt things are this bad right now. I just think it looks really bad right now, but it's not that bad. But you can't, like, if you get married, damn, dude, let's say you go through a couple bad months, some financial issues, whatever, personal issues, whatever kind of issues you may have in a relationship. Do you give up and you just go for a divorce, or do you try to fight through the adversity to fight for your marriage? You do that, right? You try to fight for your marriage if you love the person and you want to be with them, right? If that's your best friend, your lover, your wife, your husband, that is your bond. You're going to fight for it, right? But let's give people an opportunity to kind of redeem themselves. And this is what this moment is right now. These next 13 games for Flo and Greer is an opportunity for them to redeem themselves. I just kind of find it a little twisted that in the first sign of chaos, we just like, okay, we're done with you. We've casted you aside. You're done. I've decided you're not good enough. And I've told you guys this already. It hasn't happened to us on the coaching side, but it's happened to us several times on the personnel side. Dennis Hickey wasn't that bad. Rick Spielman wasn't that bad. And Jeff Ireland wasn't that bad. They had their bad moments, but we didn't allow them to kind of get through their bad moments. And they went on to have more success in other places. Our personnel people have done that. None of our coaches have. So what are we doing with Greer and Flo? Do we really know? We don't. Have we really given them enough time? We haven't. But we're so desperate to win that we need it done. We need the results all right away. And we were getting them, but now all of a sudden, because we didn't get what we wanted in the first month of the season, we have now just given up on everything. And we might be giving up on something good. But we won't find out unless we actually give it a real chance to know. The coaches have stuck around. So we've given them thoroughly enough time to fail. Maybe we haven't done it with our personnel people, and they've gone on to other places and had more success. And they're helping other teams be better than the Dolphins. Because Lord knows the Vikings have been better than the Dolphins for many years now with Rick Spielman. And Jeff Ireland, the last couple of years there, last 5 years there, Saints have been better than the Dolphins. And Dennis Hickey is with the Bills now in their personnel department. Last time I checked, the Bills are better than the Dolphins. So all I'm saying is, I know it's hard. I know it's tough. I know it eats at you at times, but we have to show more patience. We can be frustrated. We can be pissed off. Why aren't you using Gesicki? Why don't you throw to Parker early? Why isn't Jerome Baker blitzing? Where's the amoeba defense? We can ask questions. We can be mad about this. We can be pissed off about Austin Jackson. But I don't know if we should be giving up on Austin Jackson. He might turn into a Pro Bowl guard. Who knows? Pro Book Picks. Damn, dude. Another super chat. Thank you, sir. Very kind of you. He says, I wanted to say thank you for your tips. Since getting on board the crypto train early in 2021, based exclusively on your tips, I've made thousands. Crypto's exploding the past 2 days. Thanks, bro. Hope to see you in Atlanta and buy you a few beers. Weapons X. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you for being honest there also. Because not for nothing, okay? Not to blow smoke up my ass and all that stuff. If you went with the things that I told you in crypto, and again, I always say I'm not a financial advisor, and I always want to say that because I'm not a financial advisor. So you are taking your own risks when you do this. But I do have to say, if you've gone with my picks, he's right. You've made thousands. I'm just saying, if you've gone with my picks, you've made a lot of money this year on crypto. And you can get out already. You can hang on and try to make more. But, even like Cody, when I give it to you at 18 cents in June, and it's, in the 50s and the 60s now, it's like, I think it went down to 49 this morning, which, might be a little bit of a buying opportunity. But most of these coins, like Ethereum, when I told you they were at 1,700 or whatever, and now it's, pushing to $4,000. All these kind of things. Cardano, I was telling you, at $1.90, $1.06, $1.10, $1.20. It's over $2, So thank you, Weapons X United or Pro Book Picks, however you want it. Thank you for being honest about that, because I know that if you've gone with the picks, I know I'm up. So, it's crazy. I've been on one hell of a roll when it comes to crypto. Crazy roll. Big O, I can't stop being a Dolphin fan. I wish I could. No, I don't. Look, let me do this first. Let me take a quick break here because we're at the top of the hour. Let me explain something to you about being a Dolphin fan where it's kind of a catch-22, okay? And I'm going to explain how being a Dolphin fan is kind of different for different people. Back with more.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, we back. Hour number 3, man. Hour number 3, actually. We will take you till 1 o'clock. Just to give you a heads up, at the top of this hour, we will shut down the StreamYard. We will shut down the broadcast, and then we will restart for the final hour of the show at noon. It'll be David Dwork that'll be joining us, and then at 12:30, Alan Pupar will be joining us to talk a little Miami Dolphins. Okay, so we're only doing 4.5 hours today of broadcast. That's all we can do today, just 4.5 hours of real sports talk that you don't get anywhere else. So there you go. Just gives you a heads up. So everybody be ready at the end of this hour. We're going to move. All right. We're going to move some. You know what I'm saying? All right. So we'll do that, and we'll have a little fun with that. And we will, because they cut us off at 4. So we got to make sure we trim the video portion of it there. All right. Remember, you guys can get in on the text line. let's see. Okay. All right. So then, Sean, you'll restart it again. Is that what you're going to do? So you'll do the restarting on YouTube. I won't have to worry on this end. Correct? Is that what you're telling me? All right, good. So we won't even stop the stream on StreamYard. We're going to stop the stream on YouTube, and then Sean will then restart it on YouTube if I'm correct. Correct? I think that's how it goes. So go ahead, Sean. Fill us in. No, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a damn thing.
Because I didn't come all the way on the screen. I said,
there we go.
I'll text you the whole plan.
Okay. All right. So we're going to try to not disturb the show as much as possible.
Exactly.
On it. That's kind of what we're going to do. Big O, I'm mad at you, bro. Why are you mad at me? What did I do? I'm not on the field. I'm not dropping passes. I'm not throwing the ball in the end zone. Why the hell are you mad at me? What am I doing? I'm just trying to, survive here, the football season. I'm just trying to hope for the best here in the football season. Umberto Herrera says, do we have to call and reserve for the London game or none needed? I don't think you need that, dude. I don't. We haven't had the point where, oh my God, there are people outside packed and all that, and that hasn't happened yet. So no, man, just show up in the morning and you'll be fine. You'll get a table and we'll rock and roll and have some fun and order breakfast. And he's asking because for those of you that might have just tuned in, this week, obviously, we're like every week, we're at Miami Lakes in Sports Grill in Miami Lakes. This week we do it at 11 a.m. that we get you ready for the 1 p.m. game. But the next week, against Urban Liar, against Ass Grabber, we start at 7:30 in the morning. But the beauty is Sports Grill also is going to serve breakfast. So you can have eggs and pancakes and bacon and all that, or you can order a burger if you want, or special grilled wings. It doesn't matter. You can do either one, either way, but we're going to be open early. And so they're going to give you the option of ordering a little breakfast if you want to have some breakfast while you watch the Dolphins against the Jags. And Tua is back. So we encourage you to join us at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes. Okay. That'll be in 2 weeks. I mean, we're there every week. We're there this week, but I'm saying in 2 weeks for the Jags game at 7:30. So I encourage all of you to come on out and join us. All right. When it comes to crypto, can a person get into it with a small buy-in? I'd love to get involved, but rarely have a grand laying around. Most of us don't have a grand, my brother. And yes, you can get into crypto with $10. So yes, you don't have to buy. Like I get it that right now Bitcoin's at 55,000. You don't have to buy 55,000. You can buy $15 of Bitcoin. You can buy a portion of it. You can buy $500 of it, $50 of it, 150, whatever you want. Ethereum, Cardano, VeChain, whatever. You can spend whatever you can afford. So that's how you do it. So yes, you can, sir. But more important than anything else, before you spend a penny, do some homework. Okay? Whatever company that I'm talking about or you're looking at, look it up. Find out what partners they have. Find out, take some time to go to the website of the company. Find out more about them, Do a little homework so you can feel better for yourself about what you're investing. Okay? That always helps out. Trust me, it does, because I spend hours every day pretty much looking up crypto and studying up on all kinds of different things. Herman Cueva says, oh, the most I admire from you is your gift of being human. Oh, se te don de ser humano. Sea de tu don de ser humano. I don't know if I said it right, but I appreciate you, Herman. Thank you, my brother. You actually just said it. The fact that they were set up this year because of such success last year, which may have been on us, if you think about it. Yeah. It's a different monster that Flo and Greer are dealing with now. Big O, you have a great podcast, but to me, to improve it would be putting a phone line in your house for calling calls. It would make it very spicy. Richard, that's overrated. Most of you don't want to use the phone anymore. I learned that at Onside Radio. I've already mentioned that a couple times. But I learned that at Onside Radio. We added phones, and that's the only regret I have on Onside Radio is that the phones were only good for interviews. You guys still used the chat board, the text line, more than anything else, or Twitter. That's what our world is. Think about it, my man. We don't even call people that much anymore. We send them a text. It's those days of you're on the phone. We don't do that much anymore. It's crazy, but that's just the way we are. And people are very comfortable sending a text nowadays. So, I don't have any plans to add phones at all. I don't need it for interviews. I don't need it at all. The StreamYard allows us to add them through video, which is great because the podcaster gets the audio, and then the person that's on YouTube, like all of you right now, or on Twitter or on Facebook, I think is the other one that we're on right now, you get to see the interview. At noon, you'll get to see David Dwork talking to me. So it solves both issues. But we're a different world now, man. Phone calls aren't that important anymore. So it's an expense that I certainly don't need right now. Can't afford it either. I mean, we're still trying to build up so we can have salaries so we can, survive. You know what I'm saying? And there's several people working on this show now. It's not just me. It's not just Sean. It's other people too. So yeah, it's not easy to put all of this together. That's why I tell you it's a team. To put all of this together, it really is a team effort. It's all of you out there, whether you're hitting the like button, you're subscribing, sharing, donating, visiting our sponsors. All of this stuff is what is going to build this up and keep it strong. That's why I tell you guys all the time about, keep at this, man, and support us and help us, because if not, then you got to deal with the bull crap that you hear on radio nowadays. And that's not what you want. You definitely don't want what's going on radio anymore. With that morning game, you can feel something familiar that I feel watching Heat games in the morning here in Russia. Holy shit. Tim Zorg, you're in, Zorg, you're in Russia? Wow. That's impressive. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. We don't want to catch your radio station here in Hawaii, Big O. Are there alternatives to watch live on Sundays? Well, Sundays, it's YouTube. You can watch it on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, we put it on. I was doing it on Twitch, but Twitch doesn't have nearly as much traction for us. Facebook is better, and so is Twitter. We get more traction there on those. So, yeah, you can catch us live always. Every time we do a show, you'll be able to catch us on YouTube. And then, obviously, we podcast it, as Sean is always working his ass off after the show. And, by the way, our YouTube channel, congrats to Sean, what he's done with the YouTube channel now. You can get your Dolphin interviews in there, Heat interviews, all kinds of segments now. He's breaking them down into the rants, the interviews, all of that. So this allows you also to go to the YouTube page and listen to parts of the show that maybe you're only interested in. You may not want to hear the whole show. You may not want to hear a whole hour. You may only want to hear a specific interview or a specific rant, and you can actually do it. And kudos to Sean Stanley, who has really done an excellent job of building up that YouTube page and working his ass off to create that page. So check it out and make sure you subscribe on our YouTube page, man. It's very, very important. Tuttle says Chris Russo and Mad Dog channel is about the only place I still hear them take calls. Yep. You're right. Big O, you were going to talk about why being a Miami fan is a catch-22. Okay, let's do that. Darren, well, as you know, earlier a fan says, it's so hard being a Miami Dolphins fan. I wish I wasn't, you know what I mean? And I was like, no. And the feeling is different depending on your generation. See, older people like me that I watched those 70s teams, then I watched the early 80s teams, and then I watched the Marino teams. So in other words, I saw the good years of the Dolphins, from Super Bowl championships to getting to the Super Bowl to breaking all kinds of records with Dan. I watched the good times. So for me, the good times will always carry me as a Dolphins fan. That's what made me a Dolphins fan. When I'm a child watching the game with my dad, and we're giving each other fives because, Zonka scored a touchdown, or Warfield or Greasy did this, or the defense did that, or whatever. And, I grew up with that. And then I grew up going to the Orange Bowl. So for me, my love for the Dolphins is the same for, a lot of you older fans. Dude, we grew up with the best times. We grew up when the organization was at its peak, when it was royalty in the NFL, when it was looked upon as one of the class organizations in the NFL. It was a pride thing to be a Dolphins fan. You'd walk into the Orange Bowl with your chest out because you felt great about winning that day. It was a different feeling that will always carry with me for the rest of my life. Till the day I die, till the day I pass away, all those great moments will carry me. But now we fast forward and we talk about the guy that is 40 and 35 and 25 and 15 and 10. Man, they've seen misery. Even the 40-year-old guy has seen misery, because listen to the 40-year-old guy, okay? The last 25 years have been straight out garbage. He's 15 now. He's 15 at the end of the Marino run. So he got to see some of the Marino run for a couple of years, but he didn't really get to see all of the Marino run or anything before it. So he just got a flavor, a little taste of some of the success, the back end of it. He ends up dealing with the back end of Marino's career, the Jaguars, the Jaguars' disgusting game, Shula getting kicked out, those kind of things. Not pleasant stuff that you had to deal with, and then everything that came after that. So think about it. It's a different feeling for the guy that, especially if he's under 35, my Lord, all he knows is misery. It's all he knows, or she. All she knows is misery. And so it really has, and that fan has been tested. Wow, has that fan been tested? Because I have the great moments to live off of. I have a lot of great moments to live off of. I was at the Orange Bowl when Jaworski couldn't call a timeout, couldn't run a play, and we're screaming our lungs off. I'm there for the Bears game when they stopped them from being undefeated. I'm there in a day game where Walter Payton got maybe 40 yards, 44 yards on the day, and he ended up playing quarterback because the Dolphins knocked out multiple, quarterbacks for them. I mean, I've been around to watch a lot of the great moments. So there's two different kinds of Dolphins. And the Dolphin that's a lot younger, I feel for you, man, because you don't have anything good to lean on. I mean, seriously. We have from champions to being in the Super Bowl to record-setting seasons to amazing stories to then you fast forward and what is it, the Miracle in Miami? Really? That's what you got to look forward to? A meaningless season and just a game that you won, but that's the highlight of the last, 20 years. There aren't any. It's like these stupid little moments, like, it's the receiver, what's his name? For the Dolphins against the Ravens, that the kid that caught the pass to win one game that year. That's your great moment. That's the kind of shit that people have been dealing with the last 20 years. So it's tough. It's a different, because I take the phone calls, I read the emails and the texts and the tweets, and I can tell a young fan from an older fan, and it's like it's two different fans, and they've been the younger fan has been only through hell. I feel for the young fan because they have nothing to at least grab hold of and use it as hope. I can use as hope all the past success, and say maybe we can get back there. You know what I mean? For the young fan, they've never seen success, and success to them is like a 10-6 Adam Gase season, a flukish 11-5, Wildcat year. That a gimmick helped you win some games early, and then after that, obviously the gimmick didn't work that much anymore. But those are the crappy highlights that the younger generation has. So it's really a difficult situation, and it's two sets of fans that root for the Dolphins. I see a lot of those young fans on the internet and all that stuff, and on social media and going to the games and all that kind of, like what's the name of the young lady on Twitter, like Doll Freaky or whatever, and she's always all dolled up in Dolphin stuff. She's super young. She only knows misery. You've got to be like a really older fan like me to at least have a taste of the good times. But there's a lot of those young fans that I see. They're all painted up and all dressed up for all these games. They are incredible human beings. The young fans that are there every week and pumping up the team and dressing up and all that, I admire all of you because you don't know any good football. You don't have anything. You don't have a damn thing to lean on. You don't have a killer bees to lean on. You don't have a no-name defense to lean on. You don't have a Marino and a Marks Brothers to lean on. You don't have a Paul Warfield to lean on. You don't have a Nat Moore to lean on. I mean, you don't have anything. Their peak is Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas, Pat Surtain, Sam Madison, that defense. That's the peak the last 25 years. Those guys. That's it. It's tough. So it's kind of it's a weird dynamic I see. But again, that's why when people tell us we don't have a good fan base, screw you, dude. Screw you. We have a great fan base. We have a phenomenal fan base. And they're all over the world. They're in Russia. They're in Portugal. They're in Mexico. They're in Canada. They're in Malaysia. They're in New York. They're in California. They're here in South Florida. They fly here. They fly everywhere. They fly to London. They're fantastic. We have great fans, and they've been through hell, and they deserve heaven. But it's a bitch, man. It's a bitch. Really is. I feel for the fans. I really do, and especially the young fans who I have so much admiration for. Let's see. William D. Jacksonville says, Newark, New Jersey. Doll Freaky keeps great energy for Finns. She does. She does. She's fantastic. And like her, like many young fans, I am so proud of them because they really keep it going through all the tough times. NorCal says, Cam Wake, best Dolphin last 10 years. Yeah. Yeah. Chris Adams says, Big O, I love your rant earlier. This team just needs time. As someone who's been addiction in the second act of life is killing it, I have faith in my Miami Dolphins that one day it'll pay off. I hope so too, man. We need it to pay off. We need it big time. Thomas says, can remember the playoff game that I was at the Orange Bowl where they had snow piled up in the northeast corner during the New England playoff game because of the snowplow incident. Yeah, I remember that. For all the hate for Flores and Greer, this all came when Ross bought the team. Well, Ross hasn't had a good go yet, man. He hasn't been able to solve, the riddle of putting the right people in place. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. It's not easy. Tuttle Army, best games in the Orange Bowl. That's what GP Trap says. There's no doubt about that. That's when they had the best teams. Gary says they are too drunk to know better. Fred Davis says, Big O, I'm about to get on a plane and go to Thailand to tap up some lady boys. Hope to hear from you when I'm in the air. Oh, Lordy. All right, is Urban Meyer going with you is the question. Did you see that video on Urban Meyer? So there were other angles to the videos, and there's an angle that shows him with his hand right up her cheeks. That Urban Meyer, bro. And Mike Silver, I don't know, did you guys see the report from Mike Silver of the NFL Network? So Mike Silver now reports that Herb may have lost the locker room already at this point, which, I mean, look, man, Urban Meyer is one of the phoniest pieces of crap that exist on earth, okay? He's just a phony piece of shit. He is. He's terrible. He's just not a guy that you ever want to be associated with whatsoever. So Mike Silver, I mean, and this is, this guy can't tell you, hey guys, be careful, do smart things out there, don't get in trouble, and look at what he's doing. You know what I mean? So Mike Silver says Urban Meyer's situation in Jacksonville has reached a crisis point, especially in the locker room. One player told me he has zero credibility in that stadium. He had very little to begin with, which that's very interesting that he said he had very little to begin with, because that tells me that some players actually had a brain and were thinking just like me. Like, I've thought of Urban Meyer like a scumbag forever. I'll tell you a story. So they give me a shift on ESPNU. And one of the problems on if you are on NBA radio or NFL radio or Major League Baseball radio or ESPNU, you have a relationship with the leagues. And so you got to kind of kiss ass a little bit. Me? No, right? So the whole Urban Meyer thing breaks out in Ohio State with the idiot that was abusing his girlfriend and all that. I forgot the name of the scumbag. But anyway, so I go off on Urban Meyer. And the people above on ESPNU, they lost it. They were like, oh no, get him off the air. They didn't get me off the air. They just told me after the shift, you won't be doing any more shows on ESPNU. Because they didn't want me to go after Urban Meyer. Think about that. Think about that. So I'm supposed to what? Like defend the guy? I'm supposed to like dance around it? I'm not doing that, dude. Screw you. Anyway, so Mike Silver says players were particularly put off by the fact that Meyer canceled Monday's team meeting as he dealt with the uproar over the videos of him and a young woman getting cozy in that Ohio bar. He even canceled the team meeting. He was too scared, a player said. Instead, Meyer only apologized to position groups individually. He portrayed the woman in the videos as a random person who was just there dancing. Suffice to say, his audience was highly skeptical. Said one player, we looked at him like, what the F? Right. When he left, everyone started dying laughing, and he knew it. Bottom line, said the player, it's bad. I don't know how he's going to function. I mean, but this is who he is. This is who he's been forever. And the wife, you know, I can already tell you the wife. I can see the wife. She's probably already knew that he was a dog. He's probably done this before. She just doesn't want it to come out publicly, and she's probably fine with it. That's all. That's what it seems like to me. That's all I can tell you. Okay. All right. Okay, so I guess we're just going to keep going through here right through we'll take our break here at the top of the hour and then we'll get to David Dwork. But apparently we will be fine. So we won't have to kind of stop anything. Okay. Anyway, I just that's a funny story with Mike Silver and Urban Meyer. And you guys got to look up the video. There's a video now that shows his hand. It's another angle, and his hand is going up her. And apparently she and her name is Cayman, Nebraska. Cayman, Nebraska. That's her name. Miss Nebraska. I don't know if she was Miss Nebraska. I'm saying her name is Cayman, Nebraska. Good looking girl. And and there I read a report that says this isn't a woman that just was random. Apparently they know each other. Don't know. How does that woman have any scruples? Because the internet's going to find you, right? Social media, all that, they're going to figure out who you are. Once they see your face, it goes viral, and then somebody is going to know you and all that, and it gets to it, and they get your name and all that. So now she's going to be known as that woman. Does that bother her at all? Like look, man, you guys want to go have your affair, go do it in a hotel room somewhere away from everybody. But you're willing to rub up on Urban, knowing he's married, knowing that he's a public figure, right? And so you're willing, and knowing that you got to know there's cameras everywhere. Come on. So, like, you're comfortable being a house record in public like that. I mean, she's going to have to carry her own burden for a while. I'm just saying. I mean, how do, and Urban Meyer, how does he handle this whole situation and look at his team with a straight face? Because he can't. These are the moments that we've needed publicly with Urban Meyer. He's gotten away with so much at Florida and at Ohio State, and he's lied so much to people. And some people are just idiots, and they believe a lot of the crap that he has said. And some people have gone out of their way to defend this guy, which is indefensible. But we've needed this because I think there's enough people that need to actually see that he's a complete scumbag. That's this season's done. You know, somebody I saw on the chat board, because I can't answer everything, but I saw one guy. So we didn't give Cam Cameron enough time because it was only 1 year. But dude, did you watch that year? I'm not gonna ever, use Flo and Cam Cameron in the same sentence. Even if this year doesn't end well, what he showed me the first 2 years, I never saw from Cam Cameron. I would never insult Flo and use him in the same sentence as Cam Cameron. Cam Cameron was so bad, you had to get rid of it because it was a level of incompetence from day one. The guy was incompetent. Day one, not even the season starting. The offseason when he was hired and how he handled everything. He couldn't handle anything right. Cam Cameron was completely a fish out of water. I think Flo has done an excellent job the first 2 years. This last month, okay, he sucked. So, fine. Let's see what goes on from here on out. Let's go, Flo. Prove to us that that's an aberration and you're going to fix this. And you're going to correct the issues from here on out. But for Urban Meyer, you're 0-4 right now. How do you get a team to respond? How do you get a team to respect? Not just respond. How in the hell do you respect that? Is the question. Big O, I think you've said in the past that you know the real reason Urban Meyer left the University of Florida. This is a good time for you to disclose it. Thanks. Barry, I can't. I can't. Can't do it. Can't do it. But I do know it. I do know it. That's why I am supremely confident about who he is. Let's see. What else do we have here? No camming. Nebraska is what's happening after the video. LOL. Sorry, kiddies. Sorry, we stink. I know we stink, dude. You don't have to tell me that. I'm living it with you, bro. Okay, I got to talk about it every day. I got to talk about it in pre and post, all that. So I know they stink, man. I'm just hoping that they, can turn things around. Honestly, why would the players in the locker room care? They're all young men. Well, dude, they care because, okay, so you lose the game. Your leader says, F you guys, get on the plane, go back to Jacksonville. I'm going to stay here to party. Do you think a player can actually tell the team, hey, screw you guys, I'm going to stay here, I'm going to party and have some fun? No, you got to go back with the team. He says, no, I'm going to go back. And then you stay back so you can, bang this blonde. And I get it. She's hot. I'll give Herb credit. She's a smoker. She's a smoke show. Good looking girl. But that's what you're doing. And then you go through this embarrassment. And then you got to cancel meetings, which is the most important thing. Football coaches want you to be all about football. Does that seem like Urban Meyer's all about football? No, right? Seems like Urban Meyer is a little bit more interested in getting drunk and getting laid than trying to figure out how to win. And so you, as coaches, you then can't go back to Jags players and tell them, I need you to be dedicated. I need you to do this. I need you to do that. And then here's Urban Meyer doing all kinds of stupid shit all throughout the offseason and now during the regular season. And when you get your bye week, what's he going to tell the team? Hey, guys, all right, I know you got some time off. I want you to be smart. I don't want you to get in any kind of trouble. How you cannot even have that meeting anymore. All your credibility is lost. You cannot tell the guys, hey, don't go party, don't get in trouble, don't meet strange women. And here you are with your thumb up a blonde's ass in the middle of a bar. And everybody's filming it. So any Jags player that gets in trouble, they don't want to hear from Urban Meyer. Like, F you, bro. Get out of here, man. Who the hell are you to tell me I can't, I'm in trouble or whatever? You're a clown too. So you've lost the locker room now. You can't hold someone to a standard you can't set. I can't tell you, hey, I need you here early in the building. I need you to work your ass off and be out late. And yet you're Steve Spurrier and you're leaving at 2:00 so you can go race to the golf course and get the back nine. Which, by the way, that's a real story. Everybody else is preparing. Here's Steve Spurrier racing out in the afternoon so he can get 9 quick holes in because he loves golf so much. No, dude, you're a football coach. So he's lost the locker room. He's done there. It's over for him. He can't win these people back. Hell, he can't even win his owner back. The way the owner put out that statement that he's got to win our trust back and all that, that's embarrassing, dude. Can you imagine saying Don Shula's got to win our trust back? Chuck Noll's got to win our trust back. Bill Belichick's got to win our trust back. Sean Payton's got to win our trust back. Are you kidding me, bro? No, that would never happen. Oh, Bruce Arena. Well, no, he's got to win our trust back. Kyle Shanahan's got to win our trust back. Sean McVay's got to win our trust back. Pete Carroll's got to win our trust back. These people eat, live, and breathe football. Sean McVay is probably banging his fine-ass wife and thinking about plays he's drawing up in his head. And when he's done having sex, he moves over to the night table and goes, oh, man, I just thought about this right in the middle of our position. We were doing that twisted up position. I can run a route the way you were twisted up. And, that's it. That's what these sick bastards are doing. And here's Urban Meyer. I don't need to go back with the team. Screw them. They don't need their leader with them. I'll stay at my bar. I got my blonde coming over. The wife is with the grandkids in another state. I can get my freak on, and nobody will know. Herb lost it already. He's done. And it sucks. Well, you know what? I'm going to back away from that. It doesn't suck. Because, I would like to see him suffer for a couple of years there, but then that means the Jags fans also suffer. So no, I don't have any ill wishes for Jags or Bucs fans in our state. I don't hate those teams. I never have. I root for them actually outside of, obviously, unless they're playing the Dolphins. If they're playing the Dolphins, then I want the Dolphins to crush them by 100 points. But I don't have any ill will, and I certainly don't have any ill will for the fans. For the Jags. So I don't want them to suffer because they've suffered enough as it is since that team started. I mean, their best seasons were the first couple of years with Brunell and company. After that, it's gone to hell pretty much for the Jags. So, this will probably end this year because I don't know how you even bring this guy back. He's not going to have a good season. Maybe he'll give you another lie and tell you about his health, and he'll step down and that kind of crap. And they'll be lucky and they don't have to pay the rest of his salary. That's the problem too. Now you're unhappy with him, so you have to fire him and then you have to pay him. I don't think Shad Khan wants to pay this idiot. I think he'd like to get out of the contract without having to pay this moron, Urban Meyer. Chris Adams says, Urban Meyer, do as I say, not as I do. That ain't going to fly. Exactly. Your coach, man, cannot be that guy. Not in football. Because you want them to be so dedicated, but then you're not going to show the same kind of dedication? No, that doesn't happen. I bet she did in Nebraska. She came everywhere. To be honest, was there really high expectations for Herb in the NFL? Not really. I didn't have any high expectations for him myself, but still, I will say, dude, I want him to suffer. And this is actually something that I'm glad it happened, because it's a good embarrassing moment for him. It's good that he has to go through all of this now. It's awesome. I love it. Would Kings pursue him? Yikes. Do you know what would help Urban Meyer's career if he traded the Dolphins all those picks for his quarterback? He don't need them. Yeah, that would be good too. Yeah, well, let's give him some picks for Trevor Lawrence, right? Big O, I think the Dolphins were too soft on the players in training camp, giving all these players time off during camp, showing up on the field. We are soft and undisciplined. They had more time off last year. They had less time to prepare last year, and they won 10 games. You know what? That's too easy of an excuse. They're just flat out underachieving, my brother. I'm not going to give them an excuse. I'm going to say they're failing, period. And there is no excuse for failing. Not the way they're doing it. This team rebuild, Big O. How can he go back there and look at those kids and try to coach? The best thing he should do is just resign and apologize. Well, he already apologized. Resigning, I think, will happen at the end of the year. He likes the money too much. More Life says, that's why I love Flo. He works in silence. I really hope we don't fire him. I don't think there's a chance they fire Flo at all. Seriously. I don't think there's one chance at all that Flo gets fired. Flo or Greer, I don't think get fired. Even if there's an ugly season, I think they all get an opportunity to come back and redeem themselves. Because when you have 2 good years and you're productive and then you have a setback, you have to give them an opportunity, because it might just be an aberration. And then they could fix what their issues are in the following offseason and then move on. You never know. And I get it. We're all jaded. We've all seen, bring the coach back, try to fix it, and they've never been able to fix it. But that doesn't mean that it's going to happen like that every time. So I've been trying to prepare all of you for this already. And not all of you, just those of you that are, off the bandwagon, that you have quit on everything. I just want you to know they're going to come back next year. Unless those 2 men are committing crimes, and that's not going to happen with Greer or Flo. Those are incredibly decent human beings. Or the team just starts committing crimes and their players just go crazy. You know what I mean? There's no way they're going to fire him. I'm sorry. So those of you that are, hateful at this point, or you just don't believe in them anymore, you're done or whatever, or you're sick of it, whatever adjective you want to use to describe your disgust, well, you're going to have to be disgusted another year at least, because they're going to be brought back. It would be a terrible look on the Dolphins' part that you build for 2 years and you were productive, and then all of a sudden now the one bad year and you fire them. It's not going to be a good look for you. So I don't think that's going to end up happening. That's why I mention it. Remember, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the program as we take you, of course, till 1 o'clock. We've got a couple of interviews. David Dwork is going to join us at 12. At 12:30, Alan Poupar is going to join us. We're going to talk a little Miami Dolphins football with him. Sheba went down a little bit. Sheba now is at 24, 0.000024, but still from 6 to 7 up to 24. That's a lot. Either 3 or 4 times your money, which is pretty good for some of you out there. Bitcoin is up 10%. It is up to $62,000. This is like a 51, 52. It went up to 55. Now it's up to $62,000. Bitcoin. Holy moly. Ethereum's up to 36.53. Damn, man. Market is flying, ladies and gentlemen. The crypto market is flying. I love it. That is fantastic. I'll take it. I'll take it. After 2 years of overachieving, I think they got a little overambitious and too much youth. Too little mentors has backfired. Dami, 1,000% right, sir. 1,000% right. K-Jack says, I don't blame Greer for not hitting on all the picks, even reaching, but the lack of depth at running, stopping the linebacker and offensive tackle is pathetic. It is bad right now. Now, the stop the run also maybe changes this week. Hopefully, Raekwon Davis, adds something to it. That was a huge loss for them. They really couldn't afford to lose him because you don't have 2 of those kind of guys usually on a team. Usually. Some teams may be freakish and got lucky. Herb was just dipping a chip in the spinach dip. Okay. Darren Lee says, I disagree. The shortcomings of Greer and Flo have now just been realized. Fitz saved both of them. If they do not turn it around, let's not waste 2022. We've wasted enough time. Darren, it was those guys that have Fitz out there, right? So it's up to for people to play better around. That's probably what it is. But if Fitz is playing well and bails him out, that was their choice to have him on the team. So it was their personnel decision. You know what I mean? So if Greer wanted to sign Fitz, then Greer did the right thing, bringing Fitz along. I mean, you can't have it both ways. If a player's on the team, well, then you got to give credit to the front office. They picked the player. They signed the player. It wasn't like Fitz picked Miami and Miami was like, oh, well, why, thank you. Well, of course we'll sign you. No, Miami's the one that signed him and brought him in. So you have a young quarterback that doesn't have 17 years of experience. So he's not going to be able to handle chaos the same way. Fitz is able to handle it because he's been in that situation his entire career as a backup quarterback. It's a different ball game, man. And you can't compare mentally where Fitz is to any young quarterback that came in this league the last couple of years. So that's where I would kind of look at it differently. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears. We're going to talk a little Okie. David Dwork, baby, will join us from WPLG Channel 10. We'll talk a little hockey as the boys are 5-0. We do that next.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, aka the Big O, he covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with Pace and... There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with Pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. All right. It helps to turn on the mic. There we go. Good afternoon, folks. Hour number, I think it's like 4.5 or something. So yeah, something like that. We've been on quite a bit here today. We're going to switch gears here. We're going to talk a little Okie, and my man David Dwork does an excellent job of covering the Cats. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at David Dwork, and of course check out the podcast Chirping the Cats, as he does an excellent job there. David, good afternoon, sir. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, Orlando. It's good to see you again. An hour 4 of the latest Big O marathon. I love it, man.
Yes. It is the latest marathon today. Question for you, dude. Are you sure that was preseason last night? Because, brother, that was like a regular season game, intensity, everything, fighting, you name it. It was a juicy preseason game, brother.
Yeah, that was nuts. It was like there was no gap between game 6 of the playoffs last year and last night. It was 2 days later. I don't think I've ever been so entertained and honestly a little scared by a preseason game, because like at the end of the day, you go into these preseason games and the number one thing that you care about is that nobody gets hurt.
Right.
And yeah, you want to see your team win and you want to see them firing on all cylinders, but at the end of the day, the game doesn't mean anything. So, it was a little disappointing to see one of the Panthers players get injured, Noah Chari. And it was, you don't want to see goalies getting run. And I mean, save that for the season, but I don't know if I've ever been more entertained by a preseason game in my life. And that might go across the board for any sport. That might be the best preseason game I've ever seen.
I'm with you. I think you'd have to go back to the Jets preseason game against the Giants the following year after winning the Super Bowl. And they win it in 69. And then back in those days, they had like 6 preseason games. Well, one of the games was against the Giants to open up the preseason. And one of the running backs from the Jets did not retire just so he could play in that game. We're talking about 6 preseason games, and he wants to play in the first one because in those days there was still the AFL-NFL rivalry that the AFL is not good enough. They don't belong in the NFL, yada, 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 all that. And then the Jets had just broken through to become the first AFL team to win the Super Bowl and kind of open that door up. And there was still that hate for the AFL that some guys didn't even retire that year just so they can stick it to the NFL and to the Giants that year. And I think the Jets beat them 45-10 or something. It was like treated like a regular season game, that kind of stuff. So you would have to go back to that far for a preseason game that actually matters that I can think of. Okay, put it that. And I'm old, so I can think of a lot of things.
Hold that knowledge out. I mean, that's like 40 plus years ago, and you're just like, yeah, this preseason game, the running back had 45 yards and he trucked a guy. I mean, dude.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying it's just funny. And yesterday when I'm watching this, I'm thinking these mother effers, they're taking this shit personal, dude.
Yeah,
this is. I don't care. This is an exhibition. I'm not losing to you at anything. I need to beat your ass at anything and everything because I need to have that psychological edge. That's what I got from both sides.
Yeah, you could see that like a lot of the tension and a lot of the hatred that built up in that playoff series was still very present last night. Like they were taking runs at Sam Bennett. They were going after Ryan Lomberg. And, to Bennett and Lomberg's credit, they were getting under their skin. They were getting into those nitty gritty areas. I mean, it's playoff style hockey and you love to see it. It was just kind of like, okay, these guys, they're not dancing around. They're not pussyfooting around. It's preseason, but they're sending messages starting right now. It's cool when you realize that it's the Panthers involved in this because we know the history, right? Like this is uncharted territory that we're entering. And when you throw on top of that, they now have an official rivalry, perhaps one of the absolute best rivalries in all of hockey right now with their cross-state rival. I mean, it's all happening for the Panthers.
Yeah. Yeah. And listen, in the end, the real bitch is the Panthers have to learn how to win, and then they have to learn how to win big in the playoffs, and then they got to learn how to win a Stanley Cup and get to that point. But the funny part about it is it's not about stages for them anymore. It's really only about one effing team because they're stuck in their division, they're stuck in their state, and they happen to be the best hockey team on the damn planet. And so it's really about only overcoming your damn division because if you overcome your division, you can overcome anything else in the NHL because Tampa is the pinnacle of the NHL.
Yeah, it's not just Tampa either. I mean, Tampa, back-to-back champs, best goalie, in the last 20, 30 years, maybe. Ridiculous lineup. I mean, Tampa is right now, the team everybody's trying to knock down. But I mean, even in their own division, most, hockey experts are picking the Panthers to be 3rd or 4th in their division. And they're picking them to be like 7th or 8th in the entire league. Like, that's how crazy this division is going to be. Boston is going to be good. Toronto is going to be good. The Panthers, the Lightning. Then you got Montreal, who was in the Stanley Cup final last year. It's going to be a very gauntlet-like division for the Panthers to get out of. Not to say that they can't. The Panthers could have a team that could finish on top of that division. Top to bottom, the Panthers are deep as hell. But it's going to be tough. And then when you think the first 2 rounds of the playoffs are more than likely going to be within that division anyway, I mean, it's going to be a crazy season.
David Dwork joining us. By the way, you can follow him on Twitter at David Dwork, always getting it done, man. And you can catch him at WPLG. And, of course, the podcast, Chirping the Cats podcast. Make sure you subscribe to it and listen to it. Now, I guess they're not getting that ultimate respect because I think everybody respects everything about their team, coaching, everything. But there's this one big question mark, and that's the goalie. And if everybody knew Knight was an absolute stud, I think the Panthers would be picked to be the number 2 team in the entire NHL, right behind Tampa. But because of that one question mark, that's what's kind of looming. So what have you watched through 5 games right now with this team? They've beaten Nashville twice, I believe. What is it, Dallas twice? And now they just beat Tampa Bay. So that's your 5 wins right now. What have you seen from Knight, Bob? How are they going to handle this? What's your prediction? What are you expecting?
Well, as far as what I've seen from them, I mean, Knight looks just as good as he did last year. He's incredibly consistent and stable with his technique and his style and the way that he approaches the game, the way that he tracks the puck. It's kind of mind-boggling when you see somebody so young at 20 years old already looking so just absolutely solid and mentally too. I mean, he doesn't get rattled. He's always smiling in the net. He's just really seems to have got it all put together. So with Spencer Knight, I'm expecting him to just continue on the path that we've seen him on since, he was at Boston College, since he was with Team USA, and now with the Panthers. He's just, continued to go in that direction. With Bob, this week, I thought he turned a corner. I thought, he looked like normal Bob, nothing, good, bad, whatever. He looked like himself. He really seemed to be getting locked in at practices this week. He did play in the game last weekend against Dallas where he played 2 periods. He gave up one. Wait a
minute. What's normal Bob? Because normal Bob for us.
Normal Bob is making some nice looking saves, maybe giving up 1 or 2 iffy goals. It worked last season because last season the Panthers were winning games like 5-3 that Bob was playing. If you look at his stats from last year, his win-loss record was great.
I want old Bob. I don't want normal Bob. I want old Bob. I want Bob in Columbus.
You're talking about Columbus Bob. Columbus Bob is in the past. Unless you've got the DeLorean, I don't think we're going to see Columbus Bob. I think if we can see a good Bob, he's still a very good goaltender. It's just cleaning up those little issues, those little miscues that are, fairly prevalent in his game. My expectation for Bob.
You're telling me he's a backup then? So he's just going to be the most expensive backup in the NHL history? Is that what's going to happen?
That's where things get iffy because he's got that contract and he's supposed to be the guy. And Coach Q is saying, that's my guy. Bob's going to be the guy. Like he's saying what he always says. He's going to give Bob a chance to be the guy. The only difference is if he's not, how long before Q pulls the plug and says, okay, I've got this Spencer Knight kid who's only 20, but he's amazingly consistent. He's just as good every start that I put him out there. He's just as good every practice I put him out there. When does that change? Because I still think, regardless of who starts the games, the Panthers are going to win a lot of games by scoring 5 or 6 goals. The Panthers are going to be a high-scoring team. So even if Bob's out there giving up 3 or 4 goals a game, he's probably still going to win a lot of those games. So when does it reach the point where, okay, you really need to start, dialing into that playoff mode where you're probably not going to be scoring 4, 5, 6 goals every game, where you're going to have to win those low-scoring, crazy games like we saw against Tampa last year. But I kind of expect it to be an even timeshare, give or take a little bit for most of the season because the Panthers are going to be good enough that they can carry a goaltender. And for Spencer Knight, I think it's good for him not to play all the time because this is going to be his first full NHL season, which is an 82-game marathon. Last year was a shortened season. He's coming from college where they only play like 30-something games. So let the young kid adjust to this heavy workload. So it's a good situation to have. And I'm not really looking for Bob or Knight to be, the all being starter for most of the season. I'd rather see a timeshare. That way they're both pretty well charged up for whoever's the better one when playoff time rolls around.
I like, you know what? That makes all the sense in the world, dude. This is why you do what you do. You're good at it, man. That really makes a lot of sense. And, the reason why I say it, and I know that we've all been waiting for this moment for a long time for the Panthers to finally turn the corner, yada, yada, yada. It's just, I really feel good about this team. Like, they can score even against the best goaltender in the world in Tampa. I think they have a way of scoring on that guy like no other team in the NHL does, actually. I think the Panthers have, I don't know if that's a fact because I don't watch every
Last
team
season it
against
was.
Tampa, but I want to say
Last
that the
season,
Panthers,
Vasilevsky's numbers against the Panthers were very different from his numbers against the rest of the league. The Panthers were the
exactly.
only team that could really get to him last season.
That's why I'm saying that if they do get a guy standing on his head, as they say, in between the pipes, sky's the limit, man.
Yeah.
Panthers can lift the Stanley Cup if one of those two guys steps up and becomes the guy back there, because like you just mentioned it, once things get tighter in the playoffs, you're going to need that guy that's just a son of a bitch that you can't score on, and one of them has to step up. If they do, I know people have heard this before and all that. I don't care. The Panthers have a championship caliber team. They are a goalie away from it now.
I mean, who's my age that's heard that in their, I mean, like the Panthers have a championship caliber team when John Van Beesbrook was the goaltender, maybe.
Right.
I mean, it's
right.
been a while. So
Right.
it's going to be fun. And I think they're pretty well set up with that team. I mean, it's very similar to what Tampa has. You've got this powerhouse roster that you can just churn out lines over and over again. You've got strong defensemen that can put the puck in the net. The Tampa X factor has been Vasilevsky. He's been the best goalie in the league for the last few years. And at the playoffs, he somehow turns it up to an even another level. If the Panthers can get that kind of goaltending, they stay healthy, no reason to think they're not going to be one of the few teams that has a chance to lift that Stanley Cup.
Well, make us feel better as Panther fans. Where has Tampa taken a step back?
Well, I mean, look, when you're that good, you've got to pay a lot of guys, and they've had to let a few guys go, and that's kind of where are those young players that Tampa. I mean, look, you look at Carter Verhaeghe, right? He should have been one of the guys to step into a role as they had roster holes, but they couldn't afford to keep him. Now he's on the Panthers' top line, flourishing. The thing with Tampa is they're still going to have Stamkos, they're still going to have Kucherov, they're still going to have Braden Point. They've got Victor Hedman. They've got Vasilevsky. Mikhail Sergachev is a great defender, and you saw how well he was at standing up for his team last night. Like Tampa, even if they lose an entire line, which they did from last season, they're still going to be really good and really scary. But the Panthers, I think they're right there with them. I think the goaltending is really the X factor. So I think it's going to be a hell of a. I mean, look what we started off talking about, right? The first preseason game that these guys haven't seen each other in months. And it was like no time had passed. It was like nothing had changed. The bad blood was still boiling over. I'm excited to see what this is going to happen this season. I mean, these guys are going to play each other. I think there's a game on, like the last home game on April 23rd is probably going to be like a brawl. I would imagine that these two are going to be neck and neck fighting for positioning at the top of that division all year. It's just exciting to think about. You kind of feel bad for the teams like Ottawa and Detroit, Buffalo, the teams that are probably going to be at the bottom of that division. Right. They're going to get the crap beat out of them by Panthers, Tampa, Toronto, who's good in the regular season. Just don't talk to them when the playoffs start. And then Boston. It's gonna be crazy, man.
I just want night to come through, bro. I know that if night comes through, our season is going to be so much fun, and with football falling by the wayside here, I didn't expect much from the Canes, but the Dolphins have really let me down.
Yeah.
Dude, Panthers and the Heat are South Florida sports saving grace right now.
The Heat had a great preseason game the other day too.
Yeah.
Let's ride the preseason, huh?
No doubt. But the Panthers are the best team in town. They were the best team in town last year. They're the best team in town this year. But our winter sports are right now the heart and soul of South Florida sports. It's about the Panthers and the Heat. They are the best teams, and they are the teams that have the best shot at winning it all. You know what I'm saying? I think the Panthers first, then the Heat. The Heat need a couple of things to break their way. The Panthers just need one player to come through, and that's the goalie. That comes through, the rest, falls into place, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Tell folks about Chirping the Cats and also WPLG. So if they're Panther fans, what do they got to do to follow you?
Well, the Chirping the Cats podcast, you can get it, anywhere that you find your favorite podcast. And a thank you, as always, to Big O, because back in the day, he was the one that really kind of lit that fire under me and got me started. He was the reason that the Chirping the Cats podcast exists. So love you, Big O. And yeah, I just posted a new one yesterday, talking about all the things happening in training camp, talking about Alpha Barkov, talking about special teams. So you can find that anywhere. Download it, please. I appreciate it. Local10.com, all my written work, all the articles I put out. I just put one out a couple days ago about Anton Lundell, the Panthers 2020 first round pick, who's now practicing with the team. With the injury to Noah Chari, looks like he's pretty much going to be getting a shot in the NHL this year. So exciting time for the Panthers as their young guys are starting to come to fruition as well, as we saw Owen Tippett with a pair of goals last night. And then on Twitter, at David's Work, daily coverage of the Cats. I tweet a lot from practices, games, and whenever something funny pops into my head.
That's right. And you'll see it there. He does great work there. So make sure you follow him on social media and subscribe to the podcast, Chirping the Cats. As always, David, thank you for taking some time, my brother. I really appreciate it. Can't wait for this season, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Anytime, brother. We'll talk.
Thank you, my man. There you go. The great David Dwork. Love it. Talking a little Panthers. Alex Diaz says, let's go Islanders. Damn it. Diaz, you're an Islanders fan? Come on, man. We got to get you to cross over. You and Mike No-Go Zones are Islanders fans. I don't know if Mike No-Go Zones is watching right now, but yeah, he's also an Islanders fan. So we've got a couple of them that are constantly visiting our board here and hanging out with us. Out of many, one, no point in keep beating a stinking Finns. Finns suck. I mean, hey, man, listen, I've talked about the Dolphins when they were worse, when they were embarrassing. And so, you can say what you want, but we'll be talking Finns here till the end of time, my brother. Good, bad, average, doesn't matter. Our love for the Finns is one that's undying, and we will continue to talk about them. And hopefully one day we'll be talking about a championship, my friend. One day. There's nothing wrong with Tua, and Tua doesn't cost near as much. Let me see where is it? What the hell happened here? What the hell? A bunch of things came in or something? Damn, all of a sudden the text erase. I was reading a text and then it just it disappeared. Alex says, hey, honestly, I grew up a weird one. Born and raised in New York. Dolphins, Mets, Islanders, Knicks fan. Oh, wow. Okay, so the Dolphins are the only thing you like from down here. Wow, okay. That is odd. That is odd. Irving Figueroa says, go Panthers. Let's see if they can make a deeper run in the playoffs than they did last year. They have a young, well-coached, talented team. Go Panthers. It's all about the goalie and stinking Tampa, bro. You got to get through Tampa. Tampa's the one team. I think Miami. I think Florida is better than any other team in the league except the Lightning. And the only way they're going to be better than the Lightning is if Knight, or if they do give Bob a chance, that Bob goes out there and plays like Columbus Bob. See, now that was depressing, that part with David, because he doesn't think that Columbus Bob is coming back. And if they paid for Columbus Bob, and if Columbus Bob can't come back, God, that's not good, man. So reports say Flo and Marino wanted Herbert. I think if Flo wanted Herbert, he would have gotten Herbert. That's what I think. So let's see. Flo gets Van Noy. Flo gets Jacoby Brissett. Flo gets Karras. Flo gets Coleman. Flo gets what's it called? What's the Eric Rowe. So Flo gets all of these ex-New England guys. He gets everything he wants. And if he really wanted Herbert, they would have picked Herbert. They would have. There's no doubt in my mind. By the way, there were pre-draft reports that said Greer was into Herbert. So believe whatever you want, man. In the end, it's It's the coach that wanted to change the offensive line coach every year. It's the coach that wants to change the offensive coordinator every year. It's the coach that wants all those young linemen. I just find, to me, all of that is just crap. I'll tell you what, that kid you guys got, Spencer Knight, is really good. I hope so. If he's really good, then our Cats are going to have a chance at a Stanley Cup title. I legitimately believe that. I think the Cats can score enough to win a title, but they just can't stop people. They don't have that guy that can stand on his head and, shut people down. And if Spencer can do what Beezer did years ago for us, then yes, they got a shot. Rosendo says, agree with you, Big O. All of these players that produced last year are having a hard time with success this season. I believe it's coaching that's the problem. Well, we're going to find out. Hey, Big O, how good is Shiba Inu crypto? You haven't heard me talk about it? All right. I guess I'll do this again to explain Shiba. Shiba is a gamble. Shiba is the lottery. When you go play the Powerball, which is today, or the lottery, that's what Shiba is. Shiba is not Bitcoin. It's not Ethereum. It's not Cardano. It's not VeChain. I have immense confidence in those coins that all they're going to do is go up over time. There'll be fluctuations. There'll be consolidations. But eventually, higher highs, higher lows as time goes on. You just put it in macro, and you'll see. It'll just continue to climb over time. Shiba is a meme coin in a way, but where it differs itself from Doge is that it actually has technology. It actually has usage. Where Doge has no usage whatsoever, it's on old technology. It's built off of the old Bitcoin type of technology, which cannot be expanded. And it's a real problem for Doge. It really can't add anything. Whether Elon has tried and worked, others before Elon tried, they can't do anything with Doge. So the only possible thing they can make Doge is currency. But it has no other business model to it to sustain itself. So you look at Shiba now. Shiba is called the Dogecoin killer. Now, Shiba just opened up Shiba Swap. A lot of you have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Well, if you go to Uniswap or Pancake Swap on digital coins, that's a place where you can go to swap your Ethereum to get XRP, to swap your Bitcoin to get Cardano, or if you want to swap your Bitcoin for Shiba, or your Bitcoin for Doge, or your Bitcoin for Avalanche, or whatever, you can do whatever you want and switch it all up. You can do that on Uniswap. You can do that on Pancake Swap. Well, Shiba created their own swap. So now you could go in and you say, oh, well, I've got $1,000 of Litecoin. I'm going to convert it to Shiba. And you can convert it to Shiba and then put it in your wallet, right? So they have that's going to generate revenue and generate traffic, something that Doge doesn't have. They have a blockchain now. They're building a blockchain so they can have businesses build on their blockchain. The blockchain, consider the blockchain like the internet, except the blockchain does not get hacked like the internet. The blockchain can track everything, unlike the internet. It's the future internet is the blockchain. That's why Cardano's a blockchain. Polkadot's a blockchain. Solana's a blockchain. Binance is a blockchain. VeChain is a blockchain. BitTorrent is a blockchain. You can build businesses on there, websites, things like that. So you're going to have a blockchain that's going to create business for them down the line. They have NFTs already. Doge has added NFTs that they're selling. That, of course, is enormous business. And with the blockchain down the line, they could be adding smart contracts also. So there are business aspects to the product, and it can help sustain it, where Doge does not have that. Plus, it's also Shiba is now being introduced as currency in many places now. There's word that Tesla will be adding Shiba down the line as currency, and other places are going to start adding Shiba as currency. So it has potential. It's at, what is it, like a thousandth of a penny now, right? I think it was, is where it's at. It's four zeros behind the decimal, and then the fifth decimal is the first number that starts a 1. So you tell me, I think it's like I want to say 5 behind is is it the 100,000th to a penny or something like that, or millionth? I'm not exactly sure. So it's really cheap at this point. Look, it's a gamble. It's a gamble. The only thing I would tell you with Shiba is, if you have money to throw away, like you don't mind throwing away these $20, these $50, $100, $300. Yeah, depends on who you are, right? And if you don't mind, it's like playing a lottery ticket. If you don't mind doing that, then take the chance on Shiba. If you don't mind losing the money. But if it climbs, you're going to make a lot of money, a ton of money. Because if it just gets to a penny or 10 cents and you got it where you got it now, you're going to make a lot of money. Okay? I got a lot of it at 0.5, 6, and 7 cents, and it's at 24 now. 4 zeros and then 24. But that means some of my investment, I've already 4-timed it. Some of my investment, I've 3-timed it already. See what I'm saying? So imagine if it starts going up decimals. Are you kidding me? So yeah, if it gets to a couple pennies, I'm telling you, I'll be doing this show in some kind of a location with the sea behind me. That's all. So that's my explanation for Shiba. All right, so now that we talked crypto, we will now talk Miami Dolphins with the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart. That's next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupart.
Ready to rock and roll. Alan Poupart always getting it done. Any truth that yesterday you held a funeral procession for Jakeem Grant now that he is no longer with us and he has gone way north to the Bears? Any truth to that you held some kind of a ceremony?
No, I attended. You're the one who conducted the ceremony.
I don't blame him. I can't defend it once you start dropping punts. I can't defend it.
I wrote something though that after the trade, I'm looking on Twitter and everybody's just taking shots at him, making jokes, and you see the memes, the drop pass from Tua last year against the Bengals, and then I'm like, whoa! I decided to write something like, okay, fine, he needed to go, no problem. Well, we're going to forget like every good thing he ever did for this team.
Right.
I mean, the guy was a 6th-round pick. He lasted 5+ years, set the franchise record for kick returns for touchdowns, maybe the best returner in team history.
No, it's not even close.
Certainly in a conversation. Okay, so
close.
I mean, let's not just dump on the guy because his performance started to wane. He did some really good things for the Dolphins.
By the way, what are we doing now? I mean, it's Flo and Greer made progress the first 2 years. Now they've had 4 shitty weeks, and everybody, you got a bunch of people just, it's over. He can't coach. That guy can't draft. That line sucks. The quarterback's done. I mean, and it's 4 weeks, and one of them was a win, But really, I mean, they were making progress the first 2 years. There was a lot of good vibes. I get it. This year was about expectations. They had none the first 2 years. But we're kind of doing, not we, because I haven't given up on them yet, but there's a lot of people, as you know, Alan, have given up on all aspects of this team.
Yeah, the problem is they're going in the wrong direction. Had they moved up more incrementally, it would be more palatable to see what we're seeing right now. But the fact that they went, first of all, they had no business winning 5 games with the roster they had in 2019. Then last year, I mean, they jump. I don't think many people expected them to go 10-6 last year. So the expectations to me may have been unrealistic heading into this year. I think you and I talked before the season started where I may have made the point, and if I didn't, I should have, because I was thinking it that a lot of things went right for the Dolphins to go 10-6 last year, and the chances were that all that storm of everything falling right wasn't going to happen again, including creating takeaways, and they're not doing it at the same rate, and they're keeping that streak alive. But like last Sunday, for example, it was a fumble recovery on a punt return, on a muff punt. So it's not the defense doing it. The defense is struggling because it's getting dragged down so incredibly much by an offense that right now is making the 2004 Dolphins look like the 2001 Rams,
Yep, I'm with you there. So Flo basically said 2 days ago in his press conference that we're fine. Our game plans are fine. It's the players not executing. He kind of really laid it all on the players with that soundbite. And I was a little surprised, actually, that he went that far. Were you surprised that he went that far?
Yeah, I mean, he since has kind of amended a little bit to say, we have to execute it better, we have to coach it better, and all that. Everybody's got to do a better job, and kind of encompassed everybody. But that statement right away that he made on Monday saying game plan's fine. And I mean, it's, I like the communication. I like the coordination. I like what we're doing in practice. Well, then the hell's going on game day then if everything's hunky-dory during practice, because it's been bad. And I understand some of it absolutely is on the players. And I know there was like a very famous overhead shot, of a first quarter pass fairly early in the game where Jacoby Brissett has his eyes downfield. He's got Jalen Waddle running from left to right, completely uncovered, 20 yards downfield, and then decide, no, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to throw a little swing pass to Savon Ahmed for 5 or 6 yards.
Right.
That's not on Flo, but again, it's not everything is not on Jacoby Brissett. Everything is not on the offensive line. At some point, yeah, absolutely, the scheming and the game plan leaves something to be desired. You cannot be as bad as the Dolphins were on offense until the fourth quarter on Sunday without every facet of the operation being to blame.
I know, but it's funny because in the end, it is on Flo, because the only reason Jacoby Brissett is here is because of Flo. That's it's kind of this whole Patriot connection thing. It's all over. Oh, I want Kyle Van Noy, but now I don't want him. I want Karras, but now I don't want him. Yeah, give me Eric Rowe and bring Justin Coleman here. And oh yeah, no, Jacoby Brissett, I can win with him. And that's why it's kind of funny to me when you tell me, oh no, game plan and everything is fine, but your decisions are ones that are still leaving me scratching my head going, you don't use Gesicki enough. You used him this final week finally. But, Parker, you throw to him late. You don't throw to him early. I don't see Jerome Baker blitzing the quarterback like he did last year. Where's the amoeba defense that actually helped you out at times? I haven't even seen it in the first, 4 weeks. There's a lot of things and players that I can start to point at. I still think Myles Gaskin is your best player. So why aren't you using him? Don't give me this pass protection shit. If he's running the ball, he doesn't need a pass protect. So get him out there. Use him as a wide receiver. Use Ahmed as a wide receiver. I want to see more of that. There are things that I can point at and say, Flo, what are you doing differently this year than you were last year when you were succeeding? And there are certain factors that I just mentioned that are not part of the ingredients right now in their games.
Yeah, two points I'd like to make, if I may, is number one, I agree with you. Miles Gaskin is the best running back on this roster. Having said that, with all due respect to Miles Gaskin, he's kind of okay. I mean, to me, the bigger issue there. To me, the bigger issue there is why in the hell did they not take all the opportunities they had over the last 2 drafts to get a guy? And they saw one against them on Sunday in Jonathan Taylor, who they could have had instead of, and I hate dumping on the kid, but instead of Noah Benagany. I mean, that one is like completely crazy to me.
I think it's the X situation scared the crap out of him so much. He had the domestic issue at that moment and the knee. And I think they kind of felt they needed to draft an insurance policy at that moment, and obviously has not worked out for them. I get it.
Well, and okay, and then if you're going to go, okay.
And by the way, let's also be honest, because you're a draftnik like I am. Taylor was a sack of injuries too. People were worried about his durability at the next level. Correct? Right?
I was pounding the table for Jonathan Taylor. To me, he was. But
he had his injuries that did scare people. Yeah. That they thought he wasn't going to be durable. Although it's not like this team has ever been afraid of players that aren't durable. So,
like they signed somebody like Will Fuller in the offseason or something. Oh, sorry.
Tua and Devontae Parker. And so, it's like, there's a history of taking people.
Here's the other point. I'm going to stick up for Flo and Greer here because I do believe every move is made in tandem. I don't buy people dumping on Chris Greer. If you don't think for a second that Flo doesn't have a say in every roster move, I'm sorry, you're crazy.
Hey, listen, you think Flo is not the one that said, no, I'm good with all these young linemen. We'll coach them up. There's no way the GM says, no, I'm giving you young linemen, and that's no. You're in charge of the 53. He thought he could coach those guys up, okay? Yeah. So, it's like don't be so open. Like they're you nailed it, dude. It's a tandem. It's a tandem. They both get the credit and the blame for everything. Period. That's it.
In their defense, I know you're dumping on Jacoby Brissett, and it's easy to do right now because he looks like crap. But once Ryan Fitzpatrick goes, and there's no way he's coming back because Tua was the guy, tell me how much better they could have done in free agency to get a guy with some experience, and I don't mean garbage time, and then a guy who understood that you were coming in pretty much as the backup. And I think at the time they signed Jacoby Brissett, pretty much everybody was in agreement that considering the situation, that was about as well as they could do.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who was available in free agency. That's the only problem I have with having this discussion with you. I don't have the ammo right now in front of me to know, but I will tell you this. I was one of those idiots saying, no, that's a solid backup. Now that I watch him play, I never want to see him on my team ever again. Now that I've gotten a taste of Jacoby, I play scared Brissett. I want nothing to do with Jacoby Brissett ever again. And now I understand why Indianapolis parted ways. But I'm trying to remember if there were any other veteran names out there available. There wasn't.
Look around the league. Look around the league. And find me like one really good backup. I mean, the Steelers right now are watching Big Ben decay before their eyes, and there's not even a question about removing him because their backup is Mason Rudolph, who's just
so bad,
mediocre. Right. Correct. So
bad.
There are no great backups in the NFL, and to me, I thought Jacoby Brissett at the time was a fine signing. I would expect him to be a lot better than what he's shown, and so did you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if somebody signed a veteran backup somewhere that Miami could have signed, and I'm just nothing's coming to mind. You might be right. You know what I mean? You might be in defense of Greer and Flo. He might have been the best option out there, unfortunately.
Yeah. After I'm done with my hit, I'll research it and I'll send you a quick message so you can read it on. But going back to Brissett, though, I have some fans telling me like, why don't they go to Reach Sinet? They can't do any worse. Oh, really? You watch. I mean, the kid played a great preseason game against the Bengals, who had nothing but their backups in the game in the preseason finale when they're not showing anything. Okay, if we really expect a guy who's a college free agent,
you're losing anyways, and the dude's digging a hole in every week of the game, and then has to try to bail himself out at the end by throwing out. I can't argue with fans that say you can't do any worse, because really it's almost like you're going in with the white flag waving when you have Jacoby Brissett, because you're playing with a quarterback that's playing scared right from the get-go. Check down Charlie. I mean, he's he's Chad Henne part 2.
I don't disagree with you, but I think you're going to.
You know what? Now I just realized it. He literally is Chad Henne part 2. Holy shit!
Check down
He's
Jacoby.
Exactly like Chad Henne. Wow.
But check down Jacoby doesn't roll off the tongue the way Chad does.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't sound the same. Yeah, so it's your job out there, guys and ladies out there listening. What we need a nickname for Jacoby.
Just dump it, Jacoby. No.
Just dump it, Jacoby. Okay.
It's
not bad. It's better than check down Jacoby. So yeah, no. Okay, just dump it, Jacoby. What are you hearing of anything on the? I know they don't allow you guys in to watch what's going on with the offensive line. You kind of get a feel there's going to be some changes, or do you not feel like there won't be any changes this week?
And I had a fan send me a tweet message saying he's hearing that Greg Little's starting at left tackle. I haven't heard that. I would have no issue with it, because Austin Jackson's still having the same issues in pass protection. He can't handle the speed outside. You just can't.
No, plus you're going to get somebody hurt. Unfortunately, you have to think this way now, that he is going to get somebody hurt the way he's playing. Really?
Correct. But that's a tough one, though, if you're looking at a guy, and it's kind of the same deal with Igbenogany, where you're a year plus removed from the guy being a first round pick, and to make that move, you're not going to have him sit down just so he can learn and all that. It's not like hockey where you play 82 games and you sit him in the press box for one game, to observe. You remove him from the starting lineup now. Where do you go with Austin Jackson after that? So I think it's going to take a whole lot for me to see them moving him out of the starting lineup.
Just slowly Brissett.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Well, man, whatever they do on that line, I hope it improves, because if you're going to turn this season around, it's up to those guys right there, man. Because when you do get Tua back next week, if you don't give the kid time, they're toast. They're toast, man. And listen, you can look around the league. The guys that are having success, they have a couple of seconds to throw the damn ball. You know what I'm saying? You better take care of this kid before by the time he gets back here over the next week. So what would be the goal this week against Tampa in your eyes?
Stay healthy. No, I'm just man, that's a tough match. And here's the thing, though, is Tampa Bay is they have their own struggles. I mean, they're beat up in the secondary. They'll
get Stephon Gilmore this week.
Well, Scuttlebutt is apparently.
He won't play till the week after anyway, so it doesn't matter, because he's not available till week 6, right, or something like that.
Well, no,
because he's released.
He's on top, but now he's on a different team, so I don't think that applies anymore. But supposedly, everything I'm hearing is Green Bay is the favorite to land him. So.
Really?
Deal with that. Yeah.
Wow.
But the Dolphins need to get creative with their passing game, because the Tampa Bay secondary is susceptible. You're not gonna run against Tampa Bay. Forget that, because ideally that would be one way to take pressure off the pass protection. But nobody runs against Tampa Bay, and I don't see the Dolphins moving Vita Vea off the line of scrimmage anytime soon. So, I mean, if it means 23 screen passes, to get something done, then that's what you got to do. And on defense, come up with a plan. The Patriots kind of did a good job against Brady and that offense on Sunday night for the most part, and then come up with that kind of defense against the Bucs on Sunday. Obviously, it's
Patricia beat him last year.
Sorry?
Patricia beat him last year, right? Didn't Patricia beat him last year?
I believe he did. And the Dolphins beat him last time they saw him in Gillette Stadium.
Right.
So it's not like they can't get done, but
yeah, a win against Tampa would be so enormous because you can beat the Jags and you're all of a sudden you're back to 500 again. And that would be just a beautiful thing overall. By the way, what are your thoughts on grab ass Urban over there in Jacksonville? How's he's lost his team right there, right? I mean, he's done. He's done.
Did he ever have it?
No, he has
I mean,
no.
geez.
But what I'm saying is, if there was any hope went out the window.
No, and they're coming off their best game of the year, a game that they probably should have won, and then this happens, and then as somebody pointed out, and very rightly so, why the hell is he not on a team plane flying back? You don't have time in the offseason to go back to Ohio? I mean, seriously?
Yeah, or dude, have the blonde just fly over and meet you somewhere in Jacksonville after you land and talk to the team, and then you can get your rocks off and then go home after that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, give me a break, dude. And then did you not figure out that there would be cameras? I mean,
yeah. No, and then
look, Alan, you and I have been at this for a long time, okay? When I've been going to the Senior Bowl for a long time, so long that when Sammy's was open, I would be talking to scouts and coaches at Sammy's.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking 15 years ago, 20 years ago. No cameras, no phones, no nothing. You talk now to NFL people and like, hey, where are you going? Well, I got to stay under the radar. They don't even want to. Normal human beings, normal men, forget about Urban Meyer. That's not normal. Normal men, they don't even want you taking a picture of them with a drink in their hands. That's what coaches and scouts tell me. They go, no, dude, we got to go somewhere where there's nobody because I can't have people taking pictures of me because if I'm having a drink, I'm just having a drink, but then people take it to another extreme. I don't need that shit. That's what I get from people on the road now.
Yep.
Like, okay, because can you imagine? And think about it. Back in the day, I'm hanging out at Sammy's. And I'm watching coaches go to the champagne room with women and this, that, and whether they're married or not, I don't care. It has nothing to, but in those days, we didn't care about that stuff. That wasn't what we were reporting. We wanted football information. And I'm talking about DBs and X's and O's and all that. And these guys are talking to me while they're watching ass walk by or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's how this world has changed now, that most coaches and scouts and all that, they're worried about being caught with a drink in their hands. Can you imagine Urban Meyer? This guy's out there grabbing ass in the middle of a bar so everybody can see it. I mean, really, dude, it's just crazy.
But again, this is what you get with a college coach who is used to being God in his little town, his little community.
That is so true.
And this is one of the major dangers in hiring a college coach to coach in the NFL. It doesn't work like that. And you hear all the stories about how his assistant coaches are like fed up with him already. I mean, dude, they played 4 games. I mean, it doesn't work. I mean, when's the last? I mean, and it's not like us in Miami don't have any experience with that. Cough, cough, Nick Saban.
Yeah.
You can be the
greatest. But at least you won't catch Nick with any of that bullshit. See what I
No, but Nick couldn't relate to
Nick might be an asshole, but he's a hard-working asshole. You know what I'm saying? He's really dedicated to his football team. That at least I will give it to him. He would never, oh no, you guys go. I'm not going to go on the plane. Are you crazy, bro? That at least I would give Nick Saban the credit of being a true professional as a coach, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I agree with you, but you'd still have the same whole issue of I am the master of everything that is around me because I was the college god, and that doesn't work in the NFL.
Yeah. Herb is just a different kind of slime. That's the problem about Urban Meyer. He's just slime. It's just a different thing. All right. Injury wise, how are they this week? Raekwon Davis comes back this week. Looks like it.
He's at practice today. Flo is hoping he's going to be back. Doesn't want to make assumptions early. I'm going to guess he's going to be there. Byron Jones not at practice Wednesday. Got a quad injury. Not exactly the team you want to be facing with a depleted secondary. And of course, we have the news with Will Fuller going IR earlier today. So out at least 3 games.
Is it 10 million guaranteed?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. All right. Because I was wondering, because of the injuries, how long another injury, do they have to tolerate it? Can they cut him and save whatever prorated that's left on his contract? Because, I mean, I love the deal because it was a 1-year deal because obviously he's a sack of injuries. But unfortunately, he's turned into what he's been.
A sack of injuries.
Yeah, a sack of injuries. So it's like, what are you going to do with him? So you're kind of stuck with him. And I'm sure he's more frustrated than all of us because he'll never get that long-term contract. But damn, dude, that's been really, really and he just made a play too that kind of helped you out. And you're like, okay, this guy might be able to add something.
And a lot of it is bad luck too. I mean, he goes down for a bad throw by Brissett, and I guess I'm going to guess they wound up like hitting him like right on top of the finger, broke a finger, and then boom, there you go. No, it's obviously at some point it's no longer coincidence when you're always hurt, but there are some things that are just freaky injuries, and that's obviously one of them.
All right. What does Flo have to do in your eyes to not be on the hot seat for the next 13 games?
Have the offense show improvement, not have many more games like the clunker they had against the Colts, which was really, really bad. And it's not so much that you lost a game, is that it was 20-3 in the fourth quarter. You didn't have an offensive play longer than 12 yards until that fourth quarter when you were down by 17 points. Every single play that they had that was longer than 12 yards came when they were down by 17 points. That's embarrassing. So I think even if they finish 8-9, even if they finish 7-10, if they're competitive in most games and the offense improves through the course of the season, I certainly don't see reason or cause to believe there'll be a change coming. But if you have a couple more clunkers like we saw Sunday, then I think all bets are off.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this because since I've been doing the show for the last couple of hours, I can't say I've kept up with everything live at the moment. I've had some Dolph fans telling me they should go after Jalen Smith at linebacker, at least for a 1-year deal here for help. Your thoughts on it? Could Jalen Smith help out these Miami Dolphins?
I don't know that it make a huge difference. I mean, I think part of it, the issue of linebacker right now is they're not getting many big plays from Jerome Baker. What I can tell you, and this comes from my SI colleague in Dallas, Mike Fisher, who reported that the scuttlebutt was that the Cowboys talked to the Dolphins at the draft to try to move up from 12 to 6 because they were hot and heavy after a cornerback, which was a position of need, and they dangled in the move up Jalen Smith, and the Dolphins obviously didn't make the deal. So maybe that provides some sort of an insight as to their thinking on him. Obviously, their part of the issue was they didn't want to move back down from 6 once they made the trade from 3 to 12 to 6.
Right.
But the other part of it is, but Jalen Smith is a great story. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, and he was a fabulous player at Notre Dame until he had that really unfortunate injury in that bowl game. But now how much of a difference maker really would he be? To me, I think the bigger issue at linebacker is get Jerome Baker to do what he did last year. Remember last year he had 7 sacks. This year
I know.
He doesn't have one. They're not doing a whole lot with him, and he's getting decent tackle numbers, but I mean, I don't notice him out there very much.
No, I don't. And that's kind of, one of the questions I would have for Flo on that one. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL. And of course, you can catch him here a couple times a week. You'll see him again with us on Sunday in the postgame show when we're talking about a Dolphins victory over the Bucs, right? That's what we're going to be talking about in the postgame show, right?
A major upset of the week. Yes, absolutely.
All right. And remember, the following Sunday, it's breakfast at Miami Lakes. Yeah.
Breakfast at Wimbledon.
Breakfast at Sports Grill. So we're gonna have breakfast. So you're more than welcome to come live and join us if you want to, because I know you're not going to London, right? SI is not footing the bill for you to go out to London, right? No, I didn't think so. Plus the beer is warm. You don't want warm beer. You want cold beer anyways.
I'm not a beer drinker. I'm a wine guy. So.
Oh, wine guy. There you go. I love it. All right. Follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL and catch him here Alan, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time.
Have a nice rest of your week, and we'll talk on Sunday.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. The great Alan Poupar and our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupard, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Thank you. Wayne Cox, by the way, thank you, sir, giving us a little love on Cash App. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. Thank you. Nothing wrong with a little love there, a little donation. Remember, Cash App or Venmo. The address is Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. As we look to wrap it up here, we need to be competitive in all three phases going forward. That is step one. I agree. Urban Liar just said he didn't fly back to the team for a chance to clear his head. Our minds are twisted. Yes, we are. All right. We got to wrap it up. On behalf of David Dwork for joining us, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro and Alan Poupar, who just stopped by. Of course, Sean Stanley making it happen, putting it all together with the magic that is Sean Stanley, because he is the magic man. There is nobody like Sean Stanley. I'm telling you. We will be back tomorrow morning, and we get to sleep in a little bit because we're on at 10 a.m. tomorrow, back at a normal time. We will remember Sunday at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes, starting off at 11 a.m. Next Friday, next Thursday, we're going to be next Friday we'll be at Acura, and Saturday we're going to be at Caneswear. Next week, we do 7 days a week, actually, because we're going to be at Caneswear on Saturday, next Saturday. Not this Saturday, next Saturday. So if you want to meet with us out there at Caneswear in Davie, we'll be out there on Saturday. Friday, we'll be at Pembroke Pines, at Acura Pembroke Pines. And you know what? Maybe even this coming Monday we'll be at Hialeah Park. I think I'll find out today if we're at Hialeah Park this Monday or next Monday, one of the two. But we should be out there also. So plenty of opportunities to meet us. Also, remember, still looking for sales people to join our family on the show. We have got a lot of traffic. We've got, I think, the best sports product right now in South Florida. So I am looking for one or two ladies or gentlemen to help us out in sales. Now, you must have experience in radio or TV sales. If you don't have experience in radio or TV sales, don't bother, because that means you don't have connections. So I need somebody experienced in this business. So if you are out of work or looking for a great opportunity, we are looking to expand our family and strengthen our family. So please reach out to us. My Twitter handle, Big O Show. You can go on the DMs there. The text line, 855-912-1056. Send me a text if you have sales experience in radio or TV. And, of course, email Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. All right. Would pay lots of crypto to get Big O's story on Urban. By the way, somebody was asking me about a crypto site. Crypto.com is the site that I use the most. It's the one I trust the most. It's my favorite site of them all. So crypto.com is what I use. Now, I can't get everything on crypto.com. Like, I love BitTorrent right now. It's still one of the best bargains. It's a steal of a bargain right now, in my eyes. Not a financial advisor. But I can only get it on Voyager or Gate.io. So, and Voyager is much easier. You know, things like that. There might be a couple coins you can't get on crypto.com, but overall, it's got most of the ones that you're probably going to want to get. So crypto.com is definitely one of them. I'll put a link on my Twitter handle and the ID that you're going to need, and you can get $25 for free. There you go. How about that? And I get 25. You get 25 and I get 25. So it's a way of making a donation to, well, that's not the program. That's to me. It's different. It's just two different things. Anyway, we will see you guys tomorrow. Sean Stanley's a stud. I thank all of you out there for always locking it in and supporting us. Please smash the like button before you leave. It is very important. Smash the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Sean is working feverishly building up the video library on our YouTube so you can catch videos from all the local teams. He's putting up press conferences and all of that, so you can just lock it in, subscribe, and catch up to everything that you possibly can. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. I love you.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge it tuned